Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, The Fire Within, by XFangHeartX. What starts out as a normal exploration turns into a fight for Luffy's life when an evil dragon named Kovar suddenly abducts him. In order to save him, the Straw Hats must go somewhere they have never gone before. Inside their captain's memories. Huge shout out to all the warlords of this channel. You know who you are. Want to stand among legends? Join the channel membership and show your support. Adios.
Prologue. It was a very late and dark night. The air was still and dark clouds shrouded the light of the moon and the stars. The wind blew slightly, picking up only a small cloud of dust from the barren earth. Deep within this pit, a cavern sits open, like a vast, gaping maw of a vicious creature. There appeared to be no sign of life within, but then, it happened. Someone emerged from the mouth of the cavern, panting breathlessly as he ran as fast as his legs could carry him. He glanced back, his eyes wide and manic before he continued to look ahead. His heart pounded loudly in his eardrums and his throat was dry. As he ran, something else leapt out from the cave behind him. Something huge and black with fiery red eyes. It leapt after the man, spreading gigantic wings to gain a bit more altitude, and before long, it caught up to him, blocking his path. The man yelped as he tried to run the other way, but alas, a long, whip-like tail fell before him, intercepting him once more. The man gasped as he glanced up to the creature, its eyes staring at him with malice. He whimpered as he dropped to his knees, his hands gripping the back of his head as he curled up into a fetal position. "No more," he whimpered. "Please, don't make me see it again, I've had enough." In his mind, the image of a young boy appeared, tears falling from his frightened eyes, as he sank into a deep pit of thick mud. "Papa," he cried as he reached out to him. "Papa, help me, Papa, please." And yet, no help came for the boy. He sank deep below the depths of the pit, and the young man, his father, only gaped in horror, frozen at the edge. "Tobias," the man whispered. I let him drown. I wanted to save him, but my damned cowardice wouldn't let me. It's my fault my son is dead." On that, he sobbed as tears came cascading from his eyes and his nose ran. The creature only glowered down at him. Before its eyes glowed, and soon after, something appeared before the weeping young man. It looked like some sort of cup, with a small flame in it. "Put it out," it told him in a deep, unearthly voice. "End it, if you feel as if you can no longer live with your despair. Then end it all. Snuff out the very flame of your soul." The man panted as he glanced up at the shadowy creature, then at the flame. He almost appeared to be contemplating the offer, seeming hesitant. But then, he carefully picked up the cup, held it up to his face, and, after a few more moments of hesitation, he gently blew on it until all that was left was a wisp of smoke. Thud! The man's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he collapsed. Meanwhile, the figure seemed to chuckle darkly before spreading its wings and flying off, the red gem of its golden collar shining bright as the man's face appeared within, screaming in torment. As the beast flew away, it didn't appear to notice that a small, white cat with glowing yellow eyes sat on a rock, glaring at it almost hatefully. "How many more souls must you take?" she asked. "How many more innocents will you drag back into the very pit of their despair?" She then glanced at the sea. Just as the sun was beginning to rise. One day, someone will be strong enough to break the spell you put on them. Kovar. XXX, Sanji. I'm starving. I want meat. Yeah. You told me 1,000 times, already, sheesh. Monkey D. Luffy, who was wearing an orange, short-sleeved, hooded shirt, a pair of mahogany shorts with his yellow sash around his waist, and a black strap around his left wrist, groaned as he lied on the deck, whining like a pathetic dog, clutching at his stomach while it growled deeply. He had already eaten lunch, and now he was just waiting for his snack, which consisted of a roasted leg of meat, just to keep him satisfied until dinner. Until then, Sanji and the rest of the crew were forced to deal with their captain's hungry whining. "Need meat now," Luffy groaned. "Will you stop your whining?" Roronoa Zoro questioned, doing a bit weightlifting training. His attire consisted of an open dark green vest with a red bandana tied around his forehead while his usual black bandana was tied around his bicep. I'm trying to concentrate, and your damn groaning isn't helping. You know Luffy, Nami said as she sat in her lawn chair, reading a book, wearing a light pink bikini haltered top with berry signs on them, as well as a short, white frilly skirt. He's not happy until he gets something in that bottomless pit he calls his stomach. Well, what can you do? Asked Robin, who was wearing a light blue shirt with flower petals on the front and a leather jacket, as well as a pair of low-rise blue jeans, as she brushed Aika's hair. Ow! Cried Aika, who was wearing a gray-blue shirt with the word, Howl, in big black letters and had big paw prints on the side and a pair of lavender shorts, as the archaeologist pulled the brush down her scalp. Aunt Robin, that hurts. Then don't fidget, Robin scolded, lightly. Ow ow, Aika cried. Aika, I didn't even touch you, Robin pointed out. Well, it still hurts, Aika complained. Blizzard, wearing a green scarf with lighter green stripes on it, sighed and shook his head while Kumi lied in between his front legs, chewing on her squeaky burger toy. Sometimes, I wonder about Luffy, Blizzard said. I wonder about a lot of things, Kumi added, randomly. At that moment, Sanji came outside, wearing a dark blue shirt with light blue stripes and a pair of dark green pants with a pocket chain dangling out of the left pocket, holding a plate that held a smoking slab of meat on the bone. Here you go, Luffy, the cook said as he put it down on the deck, eat up. Finally, Luffy exclaimed as he began to eat it. So good, thanks, Sanji. Whatever, Sanji muttered before he glanced over at Usopp, who was wearing a yellow and red striped tank top, his usual white sun hat, and a pair of sand-colored, baggy pants, and Chopper, wearing his usual hat, a pink tank top with hoof prints printed on the front, and a pair of light blue shorts, who were sitting on the railing with their fishing poles in hand. How's it going, you guys? So far, nothing, Usopp answered. I pulled up a couple, Chopper spoke up, but they were really tiny. Well, we better catch something soon, Sanji replied. Our food supply is running pretty low. I estimate that we'll only have enough to feed us for at least 3 more days, and the next island could be weeks away. Eh? Aika questioned. Weeks away? Really? I hope we catch something before then, Chopper said, worriedly. Yeah, like a nice giant sea beast. Usopp spoke up. You know, that reminds me of this one time I fought such a creature. I was 13 years old and it was a blistering summer day. It was at least 100 degrees in the shade and I had barely a bite to eat. Death was sure to be knocking on my door any minute. As the Straw Hats listened to another one of the sniper's tall tales, Frankie, wearing a purple open shirt with orange zigzagged stripes, a black Speedo, and his hair styled into what looked like flames, stood at the helm, steering the Sunny to their next destination. He couldn't help chuckling as he heard Usopp spin his story. Sure, they weren't real, but they were certainly entertaining and fun to hear. Guys gotta have a hobby, the shipwright muttered before he looked up to the crow's nest. Hey, Bones. How's it going, up there? See anything yet? Nothing, so far, Brook called back, looking through a spyglass. His outfit consisted of a lavender shirt with the words, Bone to be wild, with musical notes and bones around it and a pair of indigo pants, as well as a pair of sandals. Keep looking, Frankie said. Hopefully, we'll be able to find an island to resupply, soon. Understood, Brook answered as he kept looking. Nothing so far. He then seemed to spot something off port. Oh, wait. There seems to be something over there. That's when he grabbed the intercom. Attention, Straw Hat crew. There is an island island sighted off portside, that is all. An island, Aika repeated. Where? Luffy asked as he ran to the portside rail, and sure enough, he spotted it, an island, looking rather small in the distance, yet it seemed to be growing in size as the ship slowly drifted towards it. Oh, there it is, I see it. Doesn't look like much, does it? Zoro asked. Well, it might be worth exploring, Nami answered. Who knows, we might find a town there to restock our supplies. Guess it wouldn't hurt to look, Robin added as she tied Aika's hair into a ponytail. After all, it's been a while since we're last on land. Does this mean we get to go on an adventure? Asked Aika, excitedly. She, Luffy laughed. You bet it does, Ika. Well, I guess we better get ready to disembark, Nami replied. Hear that, Frankie? Got it, Frankie replied as he began to steer the Sunny closer to the island while everyone went to get their backpacks. Luffy momentarily glanced at the island, only for him to pause as he spotted something in the distance. A black figure, soaring above it before it seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Luffy, huh? Luffy muttered as he turned to look at Nami. You okay? Asked Nami. Yeah, Luffy replied before he looked back. I thought I saw something, that's all. Maybe it was a bird or something, Nami said. Yeah. Maybe, Luffy mused before he smiled at his navigator. Anyway, let's get ready and go. Yeah, Nami nodded before they headed to their rooms to get their backpacks. However, as the Straw Hats sailed towards the island, they didn't notice a white cat sitting on the sandy shore. More visitors, she said. I wonder, how will they fare here? Last time, the Straw Hat Pirates were dealing with a bit of a food shortage when they came across a mysterious island. As they approached, Luffy spotted a shadowy creature flying around in the air, but decided to dismiss it as nothing. However, little does he realize that this creature was going to be like nothing he had ever encountered before. Upon reaching the island, Luffy, as usual, was the first to jump off the ship and make landfall before the others, but soon, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, Blizzard, Ika, and Kumi followed after him by jumping off the railing, though Usopp ended up unceremoniously landing on his face. The rest of the crew just walked off the gangplank in an orderly fashion. It was then that they got a good look at the surroundings. All they found was a sandy beach, and beyond that was a lush, green forest full of trees and other plant life. Ooh, Luffy exclaimed with Ika sitting on his shoulders. Look at the big, pretty forest, Ika exclaimed. You think there might be a town here? Asked Usopp. Never hurts to look, Nami replied. Even if we don't find a town, Sanji began. Look at how huge and green this forest is. It's sure to be bountiful. Maybe I can get some hunting done, Blizzard added. I think it's best if we split up into groups, Nami said. Let's see, who should go with whom? Hey, Nami? Zoro asked. Before you do that. Don't tell me, Nami replied with a deadpan expression. Luffy and Ika went off somewhere, again, right? Pretty much, Zoro confirmed as he looked to the forest where he saw the D-siblings disappear, and that only made Nami sigh in exasperation. Right, she muttered. I'm not surprised, Kumi said. Luffy's rubbed off on Ika so much that I don't get too worked up about it anymore. Well, we know what we have to do, said Nami. Yep, the rest of the Straw Hats answered. Blizzard, you go on ahead and sniff them out for us, okay? Nami asked. Howl if you find them. Blizzard nodded his head before he ran off, and the rest of the Straw Hats soon followed after him. However, as they did, they didn't seem to notice that they were being watched from behind. XXX. Woo-hoo, Luffy hollered as he swung through the trees using his rubbery arms while Ika clung to his back. Ika cheered. We're flying. Both D-siblings laughed as they flew through the air before Luffy perched himself on a branch, like a monkey. Luffy hummed as he scanned his surroundings. Let's see what we can find out here. Big brother, look over there, Ika piped up as she pointed to a tree with branches full of red, ripe, juicy apples. Ooh, Luffy chirped as he leapt toward the tree, landing on one of the limbs before he reached up, plucked 2 apples from the branch, and handed one to Ika, who happily took it in her hands, rubbed it on her shirt, and took a bite. She hummed, savoring the sweet, sticky juices as she chewed it up. So good. You got that right, Luffy said as he hastily ate his apple and left nothing but the core. He then continued to eat several more of the red fruits and dropped the cores onto the ground, accumulating quite a pile. Hey, big brother, Ika started, what if we brought some back for Sanji? What do you mean? Luffy asked with his mouth full. Well, think of all the nice, yummy treats he could make with them, Ika answered. Apple pie, apple tarts, apple turnovers, apple fritters, apple crumble. She, Luffy laughed. Okay, you made your point. Let's bring some back so Sanji can make some desserts with them. On that, the D-siblings soon began picking the apples and stuffing them in their backpacks. Of course, they remembered to leave some for any forest animals that would like to have some for a snack. Luffy, Ika, Huh? The D siblings muttered before they noticed Nami and the others down below. So this where you guys ran off to, Frankie said. What are you picking all those apples for? Sanji asked. So you can make apple pie and other stuff, Aika answered. It was Aika's idea. Luffy pointed. Sanji mused, putting a finger to his chin in thought. Maybe that's not a bad idea. I wouldn't mind an apple pie, once in a while, Brook spoke up. Sounds good to me, Nami smiled. Yeah, me too, Chopper piped up. I love apple pie. Count me out, Zoro said. I'm not one for sweets. Oh, really? Robin asked. You seemed pretty sweet on me 2 nights ago. Come on, Robin. Zoro grumbled with a blush on his cheeks, causing everyone to laugh. However, as they were enjoying the humorous moment, Aika seemed to spot something out of the corner of her eye. At first, she thought nothing of it, but then she did a double take. And she gasped silently when she saw a familiar black-haired woman wearing a sparkling red dress and a dragonfly hair clip. Aika's eyes went wide before she climbed down from the tree and began to walk off in the direction she had spotted the woman, but Kumi, ever watchful of her best friend, quickly got in her way. Whoa, 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 wait, Kumi exclaimed. It's my mommy, Aika piped up. I saw her, she's over. As she looked in the direction she saw the woman, she gasped when she found nothing. But she was. Oh, no, not this again, Nami muttered, sympathetically. The poor kid, Frankie added. Aika, Robin said. We've been over this. Your mother is gone. She's not coming back, ever. You saw her die. But, I swear I saw her, Aika argued. I know I did. Aika, there's nobody there, Nami assured. Come on, let's head back to the ship. Maybe you need a nap. I don't need a nap, Aika shouted. Oh, boy, Luffy mumbled. I didn't think having a little sister would be this much of a hassle. You know what I mean, right, Blizzard? You got 5 of them. No answer. Blizzard? Luffy asked. Hello? Am I talking to myself, here? He turned to look at the wolf dog, who was staring off in another direction. Blizzard, hello? Luffy asked. Yo, did you hear me? A pause. But then, without a single warning, Blizzard just bolted off, to everyone's surprise. What the hell? Zoro questioned. What got into him, all of a sudden? Blizzard? Luffy asked as he began to chase after him. Hey, buddy, where you going? Blizzard, come back, boy, Nami called as she and the rest of the Straw Hats began to give chase. Stay, heel. But Blizzard just kept running, darting around trees and jumping over rocks and bushes. Geez, what is going on, today? Usopp asked. Hell if I know, Frankie replied. Blizzard, Luffy called. Buddy, slow down, you're going too fast, we can't keep up. Try as they might, the Straw Hats were no match for Blizzard's superior speed and agility. In a matter of just 10 seconds, they had lost sight of their faithful guard dog, and soon, they were forced to stop to catch their breath. So, fast, Aika rasped, sitting next to Kumi. I don't get it, Luffy said. Blizzard's never run off like that, before. Maybe he saw a squirrel or something, Sanji mused. Squirrel? Kumi questioned as she looked around in excitement. Where? There's no squirrel, Kumi, Chopper answered. Oh, Kumi muttered, sounding a bit disappointed. But don't you think it's kind of strange? Robin asked. First, Aika said that she saw her mother and she was about to run off after this. Whoever it was she saw. Yes, and now, Mr. Blizzard's run off, too, Brook concurred. You know something? Sanji asked. I actually have this sneaking suspicion that we're possibly being watched. The Straw Hats gasped silently before they glanced at each other, some nervous, others looking serious before Luffy glanced in the direction that Blizzard had run off to. We gotta hurry and find Blizzard, he said before he began to run, and soon, the others followed, hoping that their ship's guard would be all right. XXX Blizzard panted as he stood at the edge of a cliff, staring down at a huge, barren crater in the heart of the forest. Art of the island itself. The earth was dry and cracked, littered with rocks, blackened, gnarled trees, dead grass. And if he were to look a bit closer, he would make out the scattered bones of humans. Anybody in their right mind would turn back the moment they saw this place, and Blizzard would definitely be one of them. If had not been for one thing. Why? He thought. Why? Did I see him? A brief flashback showed that Blizzard had spotted a husky dog with brown fur, a white muzzle, underbelly, and legs, and wearing a blue collar around his neck with a marine dog tag on it. The ashen-furred wolf dog shook his head, trying to bring himself back to reality. No, that can't be him, thought Blizzard. After all, he's dead. He's been dead since 2 years ago, and I know that because. Another brief flashback showed Blizzard at Marineford, 2 years ago. His jaws clamping down on the neck of that same dog, who was missing his ear and his eye. A beat passed. But then Blizzard sighed and swallowed the lump in his throat. He then turned to look back at the forest from which he had emerged and remembered that in his haste to chase the dog, he had accidentally left Luffy and the others in the dust. Crap, he cursed, mentally. I know I'm gonna get an earful from Nami when I get back. However, as he turned to leave, he gasped as the ground suddenly gave way and crumbled beneath his feet. Blizzard tried to climb up and over the edge before he could fall, but it was no use. He soon plummeted to the dirt, but thankfully, due to his resilience, he didn't really suffer any major injuries. If anything, he had gotten a small scrape. He groaned as he stood up and shook his head, then stood up to get a look at his surroundings. Great, he thought before he began to walk. Well, I won't find a way out if I just stand here. You need to leave this place. Well, what do you think I'm doing? Blizzard asked, before he made a noise of slight surprise. Wait, what? Who said that? Over here. Blizzard looked back, but he saw nothing. Above you. The wolf dog looked up and found, to his surprise, the white cat that was standing on the beach, sitting in a tree. What the? Blizzard muttered. A cat? Who are you? And, did you just talk? Like a human? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but? Who I am and how I can talk is of no importance, said the cat. Listen to me. Take your crew and leave this island. You are all in terrible danger. Wait, what? Blizzard asked. How do you know about us being here? I saw you coming from the shore, the cat answered, but again, that is of no importance. You have to leave this island, at once. He is already aware of your presence. And if he finds you. Wait, Blizzard repeated. Who the hell is this, he? The master of this island, the cat replied. He is somebody who devours souls, and they call him Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr up as the roar echoed. "Cover!" the cat whispered in horror. "Co who?" Blizzard asked. And he soon got his answer when something dropped down behind with him, a colossal thud. "Do I dare look behind me?" the wolf dog asked before he slowly glanced over his shoulder. And he saw, behind him, a gigantic dragon with black scales and sharp spines going down its back, and only 2 legs and 2 huge wings. Its face and underbelly were a grayer color, and they gave the impression of making the dragon had a bit of a skeletal appearance. The beast stood about as tall as the dreaded oars from Thriller Bark, glowering down at Blizzard with fiery, dark red eyes. "I take it this is Cover?" Blizzard asked. "Yes," answered the cat, "and if I were you, I would start running." Gru-Uar, the dragon, Cover, roared as he spread his massive wings, and soon after, Blizzard turned and blitzed off. Cover, however, flapped his wings, sending himself into the air before he flew after the wolf dog. He then took a deep breath and spat out a jet of dark red flames, which formed a wall before Blizzard, who ultimately braked to a halt, his nose nearly coming in contact with the flames. "Ah, crap, what now?" Blizzard questioned before he looked back and saw Cover, who growled as he swooped down on the wolf dog. But just as he was about to close in, "Back off, lizard lips!" Whipow! Quick as a flash, who else should appear but Luffy, in the nick of time, punching the beast in the jaw and momentarily sending him across the ground. "Luffy!" Blizzard exclaimed, and not long after, the rest of the Straw Hats soon appeared. "You know something, Mutt?" Zoro asked with his swords brandished. "It's bad enough Luffy does this, don't you start doing it, too." "Sorry," Blizzard apologized, although he was a bit irked by Zoro's tone, though he couldn't really blame him. "Holy crap, is that really a dragon?" Usopp questioned. "Why are you so surprised?" Robin asked. "We did see one back in Punk Hazard." "Well, yeah, but still, it's shocking," Usopp retorted. "He sure looks big and scary," Chopper added. Indeed, Brooke agreed, nervously. My bones are rattling just looking at that behemoth. Ah, he don't look so tough to me, Frankie smirked. Here he comes, Nami said. Be on your guard, everybody. You guys better get ready, Sanji spoke up. By the end of this, we'll be having dragon fricassee for dinner. Sounds good to me, Luffy grinned, remembering the last time he had tasted dragon meat. Not too far away from them, Aika and Kumi hid behind a log, watching from a safe distance, having been told to stay back by Nami. For once, Aika didn't seem to complain, for the sight of Kover seemed to make her blood run cold more than the Marines ever did. And Kumi could sense it, for she put a paw on her back. Aika. Calm down, okay, the Akita pup asked. It's gonna be alright. That dragon. Aika whispered. All I can sense from him is evil, pure evil. Kumi gaped in shock before she glanced back at Kover, who growled as he faced the Straw Hats. However, Luffy just gave the dragon his usual cocky grin as he cracked his knuckles and took a fighting stance. However, as they stared each other down, Kover widened his eyes, which caused them to flash red, and not long after, Luffy suddenly tensed up and cried out in pain as he grabbed at his head. Luffy? Nami questioned. Hey, what's wrong, Captain? Zoro asked. I don't know. Luffy groaned as he held his head, then looked up at Kover, who seemed to give a grin of his own, causing the Straw Hat Captain to gasp silently. What the hell did he do to me? Kover only chuckled darkly in response to Luffy's growing dread, while the cat stood from afar, watching with a look of defeat. It's too late, now, she whispered. He set his sights on that one. Unless his will is strong, he will lose. To be continued. The Straw Hats glared up at their foe, all of them taking stances while others held up their respective weapons. Kover gave a deep growl as he flicked his tongue, glowering down at the pirates with his fiery eyes. They all stared each other down, anticipating a move. When Luffy suddenly punched a hand into his palm. Guys! He whispered, causing everyone to glance at their captain, awaiting his orders. Whatever you do, don't look into the dragon's eyes. Everyone seemed a bit taken back by the tone in Luffy's voice. This tone did not have the usual confidence and cockiness that Luffy was known to have. No. This tone in his voice. It sounded like he was actually apprehensive about fighting this dragon. What's wrong, Luffy? Robin asked. He did something to me, Luffy replied. When I looked in his eyes, I saw a lot of bad memories. Don't look into his eyes, or you might be next. That doesn't sound good. Usopp whimpered. HMPH. Zoro scoffed as he put a sword in his mouth. This overgrown salamander's gonna wish he never looked into my eyes when I'm done with him. The dragon only seemed to be further irate by the swordsman's arrogant comment, for his eyes narrowed at him. Even the cat, who was watching from afar, sighed and shook her head. That one will soon learn, she muttered. Go, Luffy ordered, and on that, the Straw Hats went in for the attack. However, Kover opened his jaws and spat out a stream of green fluid, which the group quickly evaded, but once it hit a nearby tree, the dead timber started melting away. Oh, great, Sanji exclaimed, sarcastically. It's bad enough he breathes fire, now he spits acid, too. Not for long, he won't, Zoro exclaimed as he lunged for Kover. Once I lop off his head, he's finished. Just as the swordsman was about to close in, however, Kover turned and glared at him. And suddenly, Zoro gasped as an image appeared before his eyes. A group of young pupils at the Frost Moon Island dojo. Crying over the dead body of a young girl lying on a futon with a cloth over her eyes. Zoro. Kuina fell down the stairs when she was trying to get a sharpening stone. She's dead. Kuina. Zoro whispered, before Kover swatted him down to the ground with his tail. Zoro. Chopper and Robin cried. Damn shitty dragon, Sanji cursed as he went for the dragon next, his right leg ablaze. I'll fillet you for that. Nobody does that to Mosshead but me. Just as the cook was about to close in, though, Kover flapped his wings and took to the sky. You think you can outfly me? Sanji questioned, skywalk. He then began to kick at the air beneath him, propelling him toward Kover. The dragon glared right at Sanji, though, and then opened his mouth to spew more flames at him. The cook scowled before he blocked the fire with his own flaming leg, but when the flames dissipated, the dragon had disappeared, to Sanji's surprise. "What the?" Sanji whispered. "Where'd he oof?" Before he could figure out what happened, the cook was suddenly blindsided and slammed into a rock, pinned by Cover's talons. The dragon then proceeded to drag him down the surface of the rock, causing Sanji to grunt in pain as he tried to push the beast's foot off of him. Then, Cover let go, allowing Sanji to plummet to the ground in a heap. The cook groaned as he tried to stand, but then Cover landed before him and attempted to leer at Sanji, who gasped as he tried to look away, but the dragon hissed as he stuck his tongue out and used it like some of hand, cupping the blonde's face and forcibly turning it so that he was staring straight into glowing eyes, which caused Sanji to gasp as he saw an image appear in his head. A young boy with the number 3 on his shirt, clinging to metal bars, with a mask of iron clasped over his face. "Father, father, please let me out, I'm sorry," Sanji gasped as he grabbed his head, as if feeling a searing pain. "No, no more," he cried, his voice actually sounding like it was breaking. "Please, not again." "Sanji, look out," Nami shouted as Cover opened his jaws, attempting to devour the despaired cook whole, but then he turned to face the navigator, who swung her sorcery Kleem attacked at him with a chain of thundercloud weather balls. Black ball. Ryan rod. The chain didn't hit its target, though, for Cover ended up flying into the air. Nami didn't seem to care, though, at least for the moment, for she ran over and put a hand on Sanji's shoulder. "Are you okay, Sanji?" she asked, causing the cook to glance up at her before he looked away, as if in shame. Sorry," he said. "I don't know what happened, I just—" "Incoming," Frankie cried, causing the two to look and see Cover swooping down on them, again. "Watch out," Sanji shouted as he grabbed Nami and ran out of the way, although he seemed to grunt in even more pain as he tried to do so. He managed it, however, he and the navigator barely avoiding Cover's huge talons. Once they were out of the way, Sanji grunted as he fell to his knees on the ground, wrapping his arms around his chest. "Sanji," Nami cried. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Sanji lied. "I can just walk it off." "Damn shitty dragon," he thought. "Cracked some of my ribs." "What's wrong, cook?" Zoro questioned. "One dragon too much for you to handle." Normally, Sanji would bark right back at him, but he knew that the swordsman was trying to make his comment sound like he was insulting him in order to hide his concern. However, Nami noticed Cover moving in for the attack, but she growled as she gripped her sorcery Kleem attacked. "Oh, no, you don't," she shouted as she pointed her weapon up at the sky. "Time to hatch, little thunderbolt." Up in the air, behind Cover, a weather egg that had been placed there seemingly without his knowledge cracked open, causing a gigantic thundercloud to appear. Not long after, a huge thunderbolt emerged from it, which Nami directed toward Cover. "Thunderbreed tempo," she shouted, but to her shock, the dragon simply ducked his head, causing the thunderbolt to head right towards Usopp, Frankie, and Brook. "Ah! Watch it," they screamed in comical fright as they all jumped out of the way. "What the hell, Nami?" Usopp questioned, only to gasp when he saw Cover glowering down at Nami, who was sitting before Sanji, not out of fear, but more like it looked like she was trying to defend him, but when the beast widened his eyes at her, she gasped as she felt her mind suddenly flash back to the most dreaded day in all her life. "Nami, Nijiko, I love you. Kabang, Bellemere. Bellemere," Nami whispered with tears forming in her eyes. "Nami, snap out of it," Luffy called out, but it seemed his cries fell on deaf ears, for Nami just sat there, teary-eyed while Cover opened his jaws. Sanji gasped as he tried to move in front of the navigator in order to shield her, but the pain in his chest only strained him. Just when it looked like Cover was about to devour the pair. Frankie rocket launcher. Kablam! Cover roared as he was struck by 3 rockets before he turned and glared at Frankie, who had his shoulder opened up while Chopper and Usopp were whooping and hollering excitedly behind him. "Way to go, Frankie!" Usopp cheered. "You're the man, bro," Chopper added. "Hey," Frankie grinned. "This dragon ain't seen nothing yet." Cover growled deeply, smoke seeping through his nostrils. Then he opened his mouth and let out a stream of acid, which Frankie, Usopp, and Chopper promptly evaded. "That was close," cried Chopper. "Try this on for size," Frankie exclaimed as he put his hands together. "Frankie, Roddy, huh?" Once again, Cover's eyes went wide, and soon after, Frankie grunted as he gripped at his head. And he soon saw an image of a familiar train, chugging along a railway on the sea's surface, heading right towards him. "Where do you think you're taking your master, puffing Tom? Stop, right now. Frankie," Usopp shouted. "Focus," Frankie gasped as he realized he was about to fire the radical beam off its aim, but by the time he was about to shoot, came up into the sky, avoiding the beam completely. "Damn it," Frankie cursed. "Got sloppy. Here he comes again," Chopper cried as Cover spewed more acid at Frankie, who jumped out of the way in the nick of time. However, Usopp quickly drew his black kabuto with a pop green ready to be fired. "Take this," Usopp shouted. "Impact Wolf." He then fired said pop green at Cover, causing an impact wolf to grow from the red bulb that was its nose. But Cover opened his mouth and let out another jet of dark red flames, burning the impact wolf to cinders. "Didn't really think that over, did ya?" Frankie asked. "Nope, did not think that one through," Usopp admitted. "Grrrr, Cover roared furiously, causing Usopp to shriek as he tried to run, only for the dragon leap over and land right in front of him. The moment Usopp looked into his eyes, he gasped as he saw an image of a familiar, long-nosed woman with black hair, lying in a bed with a damp cloth over her head. "Mom," Usopp whispered before he shook his head. "No, not now. Snap out of it, Usopp." "Damn it, Usopp," Zoro cursed as he came running out from where he crashed, his right arm dangling limply. "Now's not the time to be losing your cool." Cover glared back at the swordsman before he flew up into the air. "Nice try," shouted Zoro as he positioned Wado Ichimonji over his shoulder. One sword style, 1080 caliber Phoenix. He then sent a powerful air-compressed slash at Cover, but the monster just barely managed to avoid it. If anything, it only made him angrier at the swordsman. "Damn it," Zoro growled. "Our attacks aren't doing shit to this guy." Cover growled as he glowered down at the Straw Hats, but then his eyes went wide as he felt something crawling along his back. He looked back, only to find Brook, standing on his shoulder with Soul Solid preparing to be sheathed. "Song of Scratches," Brook whispered, "Blizzard." All too sudden, Cover's eyes went wide, once again, and Brook gasped upon seeing the many dead corpses littering the deck of the once great ship that belonged to the Rumbar pirates. My friends," Brook whispered, but then, Cover began to go into a nosedive, followed by a barrel roll, and because Brook wasn't holding on, he fell off and plummeted towards the ground. "Brook," Robin called out as she crossed her arms, and soon, several more arms sprouted from the ground, catching the skeleton and breaking his fall. "Oh, thank goodness," Brook whispered in relief. "I thought I was dead for sure, even though I've been dead to begin with." He then glanced at Robin. "Thank you ever so much, Miss Robin. By the way, may I look at your—" "Finish that sentence, and I kill you again," Zoro barked, causing Brook to yelp. "Now for you," Robin glared up at Cover, who was preparing to dive at the Straw Hats one more time. However, the archaeologist soon crossed her arms. "Mille fleur. Quattro mano." Soon, 4 giant arms made of tinier hands appeared, wrapping themselves around Cover's legs, neck, wings, and jaw, forcing them shut, and before too long, the dragon soon crashed into the ground. Thankfully, the Straw Hats managed to get out of the way. Cover groaned, as if in defeat, while the Straw Hats surrounded him. "Good job, Robin," Luffy praised. "I'm surprised I didn't think of it earlier, really," Robin said. "Now we can finally get rid of this monster, once and for all," Zoro added as he prepared to cut off Cover's head. But just as he was about to do that, the dragon shifted his fiery gaze at Robin, who gasped as she suddenly saw the image of a burning island, and herself, drifting away in a tiny boat. "Professor Clover. Mother. Saul," she whispered, tearfully. "Robin, no," Zoro shouted. Focus, too late, for Robin had accidentally lost her grip on Cover's jaws, which caused him to open them up and then chomp. He bit down on the arms that were binding his wings together, causing Robin to shriek in pain and lose her grip on the beast entirely. Robin, Nami, Sanji, and Zoro cried in horror. Cover let out another powerful roar, But then, something slammed itself into his underbelly, causing him to let out a gargled cry of shock more than pain. He looked down and saw a little hole in the ground, but when he went to look, he was soon struck in the face by a pair of very large antlers, which caused him to stumble back. Horn cannon. Elf, Chopper shouted in horn point form. Yeah, Usopp cheered. Way to go, Chopper, Blizzard exclaimed. Chopper blushed at all the praise he was getting before he did his little happy dance. Shut up, he yelled. Like saying that will make me happy, you couple of jerks. However, in his bliss, he failed to notice Cover stomping right towards him from behind. Oh, my god, Nami cried. Chopper, behind you, Luffy shouted. Huh? Chopper muttered before he turned around, only to be met with Cover's glare, once again. And once he looked into those eyes, he gasped as he saw a familiar scene before him. Dr. Hiralik, sitting before Waipol's army while he held up a cup of sake. I've had a marvelous L.I.F.E. kablam, D. Doctor. Chopper stammered, just as Cover opened his jaws to swallow him whole. Chopper, Blizzard shouted as he tackled the little reindeer to the ground, saving him from being the dragon's meal just in time. Then, the wolf dog looked up at the dragon, who growled viciously at the Straw Hats, and for some reason, a look of horror came over Blizzard's visage. This dragon, he thought. He's not like the one we fought on Punk Hazard. He's showing intelligence. He's analyzing all our moves and making up strategies as he goes. What the hell is he? Just then, Cover flicked his tongue out of his mouth, like a snake tasting the air for its prey. Then, he turned his head to look behind, prompting the Straw Hats to look in the same direction. And when they saw what Cover had set his sights, they gasped. For he was looking right at Aika and Kumi's hiding spot. Girls! Nami shouted, causing them to peek out from behind the log. The moment they did that, Cover roared as he began to charge at them. Whoa! Kumi cried as she turned and fled. Aika, let's get out of here. However, just sat there, her eyes wide with fright. She wanted to run. But seeing this dragon and sensing the powerfully evil aura that came off of him, it utterly terrified her, more so than when a Kainu came and destroyed her island. No matter how hard she tried, she was just too scared to move. Run, Aika, Luffy shouted, but still, the girl was frozen. Run, get out of here. When it became apparent that shouting wasn't going to work, Luffy began to sprint after Cover in the hope that he would beat the dragon to her. Meanwhile, Kumi, realizing that Aika wasn't following her, ran back to her rescue. The brave pup practically threw herself in between Aika and Cover, the latter intensifying his gaze, which caused Kumi to gasp as she saw an image of an adult female Akita with cream-colored fur, just like Kumi's, lying in a pool of blood with arrows piercing her body. Kumi! Blizzard shouted as Cover opened his jaws, but before he could devour the two youngsters. Elephant Guuuuuuun. Wapow! Cover was suddenly punched by a huge, blackened fist, which sent him to the ground. It didn't seem to hurt the dragon, though, for he just stood up and shook his head. However, he glared at Luffy, growling in anger, while the Straw Hat Captain stood in front of Aika and Kumi, glaring right back at him in defiance. There was a long pause. But then, the dragon suddenly flew up into the air. Watch out! Nami exclaimed, he's up to something. Cover took in a deep breath, before he opened his jaws and gave another blast of fire. Look out! Luffy shouted as the fireball hit the ground, scorching the earth and making a large cloud of smoke. Everyone was forced to cover their mouths and noses to keep from breathing it in. By the time the smoke had dissipated, Cover had vanished. Where'd that dragon go? Usopp asked. Looks like he's gone. Nami began, Fo scoffed, coward. Zoro, are you okay? Asked Robin. Oh, sure, Zoro replied, sarcastically, holding up his dislocated arm. I love having my arm dangling out of its socket. Robin sighed before she crossed her arms, causing several arms to grow out and pop Zoro's arm back into place, causing him to cry out in pain. Better? Robin asked. Much, Zoro replied. Thank you. Hold still, Sanji, Chopper replied as he began to pull up Sanji's shirt. I need to look at your torso. Thanks, Chopper, said Sanji, although he sounded a bit strained. Big brother? Aika asked as she approached Luffy from behind. Are you Luffy suddenly turned around to face Aika, who gasped as she saw something very frightening. Him. Glaring down at her with the utmost fury. Big brother. Aika stammered. What the hell were you doing? Luffy questioned. I told you to run away, but what do you instead? You just sit there on your ass, like a deer in headlights? Luffy. Nami exclaimed in shock. Hey, take it easy, Usopp added. I was only, Aika stuttered, but she was soon cut off. What if I didn't reach you in time? Luffy shouted. You could have been. When I say, run, Aika, you run, don't ever freeze like that again. I'm sorry, Aika said, tearfully. Luffy, Nami said as she pushed her way in between them. You didn't have to go that far, what is wrong with you? She then pet the poor frightened girl on her head. There, Aika, it's okay. A pause, but then Luffy's expression softened before he sighed. Let's just head back, he whispered, and on that, everyone began to head back to the Sunny. As they left, they didn't realize that Kover was watching from a distance, an evil smirk on his face. Such despair, he said. Yet another one with D in their name that has been through so much grief, his soul will be mine. He then chuckled darkly as he slunk back into the shadows. Later that evening, at the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hats had made it back to their ship and were sailing away Strange Island. In the sick bay, Chopper had just gotten through wrapping up Sanji's chest and back in bandages. There you go, Sanji, Chopper said. Be sure to take it easy for a little bit, okay? Don't do anything that might strain you. I know you have strong resilience, but I still don't want to risk it. I know, Sanji assured with a slight grin. Don't worry, I promise I'll take it easy, thanks, Doctor. Shut up, Chopper exclaimed, doing his little, happy dance. Like saying that's gonna make me happy. Sanji chuckled before he got up, although he grunted a little, and proceeded to put his shirt and jacket back on. Then he walked out to the galley, where he found Nami and the rest of the Straw Hats waiting. Except for 3. The cook sighed, not needing to ask where they were, for the atmosphere and the concerned expressions told him exactly where they were. Inside Aika's room, the younger D-carrier was hiding under the covers in her wolf form, sniffling and wiping her eyes. Kumi sat next to her before she gently nuzzled her face against her best friend's own, giving a sympathetic whimper. Aika nuzzled the Akita pup back, but she continued to softly weep. As for Luffy, he was sitting on the figurehead, and he didn't look very happy at the moment, either. The moment Aika ran off into her room, everyone gave him these disapproving glares and they didn't say a single word to him. Not many could blame him after his little outburst at Aika, today. After all, how could anyone not to be afraid after seeing such an evil and intelligent dragon with nothing but malicious intentions? As for the rest of the Straw Hats, they all sat in the galley, discussing what had transpired on the island. Something about that dragon kinda bothered me, said Sanji. Yeah, me too, Nami answered. I mean, whenever one of us looked into his eyes, we saw something that traumatized us in the past. Like me. I saw my mother's death at Arlong's hand. I saw my mother, too, Usopp spoke up. I saw the destruction of my island, Robin added, grimly, while Zoro put a hand on her shoulder in consolation. I saw. Well, it's not important, Sanji muttered. I saw. The death of my old crew, Brook said, somberly. I saw myself trying to stop the puffing Tom from taking my mentor away, Frankie announced. I saw my dead friend, Kuina, Zoro admitted. I saw. Dr. Hiralik getting shot, Chopper said, sadly. I bet I know what Luffy and Aika might have seen, Blizzard said as he put a paw on Chopper's shoulder. As for what Kumi saw, she wouldn't tell me. But let's forget about that for now, Sanji said. While Chopper was tending to me, he told me something that Blizzard told him. What was it, Sanji? Nami asked. Did anybody notice how that shitty dragon seemed to easily mop the floor with us? Sanji inquired. It was like he was thinking. Thinking? Zoro repeated. Please, you gotta be kidding. That giant bag of scales? That giant bag of scales easily dislocated your arms, Mosshead, Sanji retorted. What do you think of that? Well, he cracked your ribs, Zoro barked. Enough, Nami shouted, causing the two to stop arguing. Sanji, what are you getting at? I'm saying, Sanji said, whatever kind of dragon that was, it was a lot smarter than ones we've seen. Now that I think about it, Usopp began, that one dragon we fought when we first entered Punk Hazard certainly wasn't too bright. I mean, it fell for Luffy's trick and tore holes in its own wing. And it didn't stop to realize it until it was too late. This dragon, on the other hand, he acted like he was anticipating our attacks. Sure, we got a few hits in on him, but he still did a number on two of our best fighters. Well, it's a good thing we're not going back, Nami said. For once, I agree, Frankie agreed. No way are we tangling with that super freaky dragon, again. As everyone reached a mutual agreement, Blizzard got up and walked out to head to the figurehead, where Luffy was sitting. Hey, the ship's guard dog. How long are you gonna be sitting out here, sulking? What the hell do you want? Luffy asked, bluntly. No need to get nasty, Blizzard said. Look, Luffy. I came to talk to you about Aika. There is nothing to say about her, Luffy replied. Damn it, Luffy, don't you test me, Blizzard growled before he heaved a sigh. Alright, look. It's true, she probably should have run away when you told her to, but at the same time, you can't scold her for being scared. You think she was the only one who was scared? Luffy asked. I was terrified. Blizzard's expression softened upon hearing those words, though it still retained a bit of sternness mixed with a little concern. I was scared for her and Kumi, too, you know, he said. All of us were. But you didn't see any of us yelling at her, did you? Luffy didn't respond, although he did have a guilt-ridden expression on his face, which was rare. I understand you just want to protect her, Blizzard said, but you have to remember one thing, Luffy. Though she's trying to get stronger, she's still just a little girl. On that, he turned and walked away, while Luffy just sat there, heaving a sigh before he looked up at the stars. What would you do if you were still here? Luffy whispered, as an image of his late older brother appeared. XXX later that night, after everyone had eaten, everyone was in bed for the night except for Usopp and Robin, who were on watch duty. However, one particular member of the crew was not able to sleep. Luffy groaned as he lied in bed with Nami, who lay sound asleep beside him with her earplugs in. However, the former sat up before he put a hand on his growling stomach. He groaned before he got out of bed, grabbed his shorts and hooded shirt, and slipped on his sandals. It seemed a midnight snack was in order. Hopefully, Sanji wouldn't catch him this time. As Luffy headed out to the kitchen, he stopped when he saw the familiar face of Aika, who gasped upon seeing him. A beat passed before the 6-year-old to go back to her room, until… Aika, wait! Luffy called, causing her to freeze before she glanced up at her older half-brother. How about, we go out and talk? You're not gonna yell, are you? Aika asked. No, Aika, I'm not gonna yell, Luffy said, feeling his guilt increased at least twofold. Come on, let's go outside. Okay, Aika replied as she followed the older D-carrier outside to the deck, where they stood at the port side railing. Luffy leaned against the rail while Aika stood next to him, holding onto the rungs. The two only stood quietly, letting the sea breeze blow and ruffle their hair. Aika looked up at Luffy, shuffling her feet awkwardly while the latter just stared out towards the horizon with solemn-looking eyes. Should I say something? The wolf girl thought, but before she could open her mouth to utter even a single sound. I'm sorry, Aika. Aika gasped silently while Luffy exhaled through his nose. I never should have yelled at you, Luffy said. I mean, you were probably really scared, right? Yeah, Aika admitted. I was. She then looked up at Luffy with a bright smile. But you weren't. Big brother, you ran up and punched him away. You weren't scared at all. You're not scared of anything. Hey, Luffy chuckled, although it sounded rather forced. Yeah, hardly anything scares me. Marines. Faye. They're nothing. Rival pirates? Bring them on. I can take him. Sea Kings. PSH. I eat those guys for dinner. No, hardly anything scares me, Aika. Well, except for Nami, and that's why I try so damn hard not to piss her off. Aika giggled a little at this, and unbeknownst to the two, Robin and Usopp also chuckled at the comment about Nami's temper. But there's only one thing in the world that I'm afraid more than anything else, Luffy said before he looked down at Aika and put his hand on her head. Aim. I'm afraid of losing the people I love. Big brother, Aika whispered in concern. That's why I always fight so hard, Luffy said. It's not just because I get a thrill out of it. I fight because I know what I'm fighting for. I fight for my dream. But more importantly, I fight to protect you. In fact, not just you. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Blizzard, Brook, and Kumi. I fight to protect each and every one of you. But why? Aika asked. Because I'm the captain, answered Luffy. I'm in charge of all of you. It's my job to protect you in your dreams. Because if I didn't, I would have failed horribly. Luffy. Robin whispered, feeling touched by the raven-haired boy's words. God, I love this guy. Usopp whispered, tearfully. No wonder he's the captain. But, who protects you? Asked Aika. Who protects you, big brother? I don't need protecting, Aika, Luffy said. I've been protected enough. Aika couldn't help but notice a tinge of sadness in her brother's voice, and Usopp and Robin couldn't help but hear it, too, and that made them glance at each other in concern. The point is, Luffy began, I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. I let my temper get the better of me, but I hope you forgive me. I do, Aika smiled, causing Luffy to smile before he pulled Aika into his arms and hugged her tightly, causing her to giggle as she returned his embrace. Oh, I love you, Aika, Luffy said as he squeezed her, but not too tightly. I love you, so much. I love you, too, big brother, Aika said, while Usopp and Robin both smiled at the heartwarming scene. However, Luffy's stomach grumbled again, reminding him of his hunger, and not long after, Aika's stomach responded with a gurgle of its own, causing her to gasp and blush as she put her hands over it. She. Luffy laughed. Come on. What do you say we raid the fridge? Besides, you're the only one who can unlock it for me. Wait, she knows the code? Usopp asked, worriedly. Oh, dear, Robin muttered. Maybe I shouldn't have given it to her. Better go wake Sanji, Usopp said as he went to go and wake the cook. Even though Chopper said he needed absolute rest. As the D siblings prepared to head into the galley, Luffy spotted something out of the corner of his eye, and at first, he didn't think much of it, until it started increasing in size. Or rather, it was getting closer. Once Luffy got a good look at what it was, he gasped in horror before he glanced over Aika, who just walked ahead of him, seeming completely unaware. Aika! Look out! Luffy cried as everything seemed to move in slow motion. The Straw Hat Captain forcefully shoved his palm against Aika's back and pushed her forward, causing her to be propelled into a bunch of arms that suddenly bloomed out of the grass. It was those few short seconds that Luffy was snatched by large talons. As time returned to its normal speed, Aika gasped as she saw Luffy being carried off, in Cover's claws. Luffy's straw hat, which had fallen off in his haste to push Aika to safety, floated gently to the deck, but the younger D-carrier quickly picked it up as she ran to the railing, desperately reaching out to Luffy as Cover flew away. Big brother, she shrieked. Aika, Luffy shouted back. Oh, my god, Robin cried. Holy crap, did you see what just happened? Usopp questioned. Wait, what the hell am I doing? Just standing here, gawking? He then grabbed the transponder snail intercom. Attention, Straw Hat crew. Attention. This is an emergency alert, code red. I repeat, code red. Our captain has been kidnapped. This is not a drill, I repeat, this is not a drill. Upon hearing the sniper's cries, the Straw Hats immediately ran outside to the deck as panic began to set in. What just happened? Nami questioned. The dragon, Aika stammered as she ran up to the navigator, holding Luffy's hat in her arms. He came back and he snatched Big Brother up. What? The Straw Hats cried as they looked off in the direction that Cover flew off in, and sure enough, he was still within sight, and they could barely make out Luffy struggling to get free. Good heavens! Brook exclaimed. Quick, we had to go after them, Chopper shouted. Let go of me, you overgrown, flying salamander! Luffy shouted as he tried to squirm his way out of Cover's talons. Put me down, damn it. Not likely, Cover spoke, causing Luffy to gasp silently. Why, you can talk? He asked. Wait, how are you doing that without a samurai's legs stuck to you? Silence. Cover ordered. Struggle all you want, but you will never escape me. You are mine, now. Straw Hat. And soon, I will partake in feasting upon your despair, and then, your soul. Luffy gritted his teeth as he continued to struggle and squirm, but it was no use. Cover's grip on him was tight as a vice. Even a rubberman's lungs could not function when squeezed too tightly. Before too long, Luffy fell limp in the beast's talons. Back on the Sunny, the Straw Hats were hurrying to follow after the dragon. "Frankie, hurry and turn 95 degrees to starboard," Nami shouted. "Zoro, Usopp, unfurl the sails." "Got it," the boys shouted as they did their respective tasks. "Everybody better hold on tight, hear me?" Frankie asked as he grabbed at the lever next to the helm, which was everyone's cue to grab onto either rail or mast, and soon after, the shipwright pulled at the lever, which caused the aft cannon to glow. Kuda, burst. Kabloo! The Sunny soon flew through the sky, following after Cover, who was quite a distance away. However, for some reason, it seemed he wasn't even making an attempt to stop them from following him. In fact, he almost seemed to grin as he kept flapping his wings. The Straw Hats, meanwhile, glared at after him with fierce determination. Aika, however, looked to be on the verge of tears as she hugged Luffy's hat in her arms. "Hey, kiddo." Aika looked up at Frankie, who flashed a grin at her. "Don't you worry your sweet lil head, hear me?" Frankie asked. "We'll get your bro back, no sweat." "He's right, Aika," Nami added. "We're gonna get Luffy back, I promise." Aika nodded her head and sniffled a bit. Until then, Brook started, "Why don't you keep your brother's hat for him and give it back to him when he returns?" A pause. But then Aika sniffled and put Luffy's hat on her head. "That's a girl," Nami praised before she glared after Cover, who was still quite a distance away. "Hang on, Luffy, we're coming." XXX. Sure enough, the Straw Hats had followed Cover right back to the island where they had encountered him, and once they were all back in their daytime clothes, they were preparing to disembark. "Big sis," Aika said as she had her backpack and pipe on, "I'm coming, too, right?" "Aika, we've been over this," Nami replied. "It's just too risky. You stay here with Kumi and stay hidden in your room." "But Aika started. "Is that clear?" Nami asked, sternly. "Yes," Aika muttered. "I can't believe we're back at this creepy place, again," Usopp bemoaned. "Shut it," Zoro told him. "Luffy needs us, and as his crew, we have to help him." "And if our hunch is correct," Sanji started, "that dragon's lair is somewhere in that crater." "Then that's where we're going," Nami said. "Let's go, you guys." But before they could so much as take a single step. "You should not have come back here." "Who said that?" Nami asked. "Up here." Everyone looked up to see the same white cat that Blizzard had encountered before. "You?" Blizzard exclaimed. "Yes," the cat replied. "It's me." "A talking cat?" Usopp and Chopper cried. "Are you two serious, right now?" Zoro questioned. "Why does this shock you so much? We have a talking reindeer in our crew." "What do you want?" asked Robin. "It's too late for your friend," said the cat, grimly. "Abandon all hope. Cover has him, now." "Excuse me?" Nami asked with a hint of venom in her voice. The Straw Hats stared up at Mysterious Cat, who sat perched in a tree, staring down at them with her golden eyes, almost coldly, even as she licked her paws to groom her face, as if her comment didn't bother her. And the sight only seemed to anger the pirates even more. "Did you just say what I think you just said, you damned cat?" Zoro questioned. "You just want us to up and abandon Luffy?" Nami asked. "I am only telling you this for your own good," the cat answered. "You know what Cover is capable of." "Maybe we do," Sanji replied, "but there's no way in hell we're gonna just leave Luffy here." "Yeah, we'll just kick that dragon's tail and scram," Frankie added. "Cover is no ordinary dragon," the cat argued. "He goes by many names. The Reaper, the Devil, the embodiment of evil. But most call him, he who devours souls." Usopp, Chopper, and Brook already looked like they were about to soil themselves at this. "Are you guys serious?" Zoro asked. "Geez, even Aika and Kumi aren't scared, and they're younger than you are." He then looked over to the girls in question, only to see that they, too, were shivering. Okay, in their case, I can't really blame them. "We don't care what this Cover is called," Nami shouted. "We're getting our captain back, and that's final." "What?" questioned the cat. "You cannot be serious. You've seen what he has done to you. He can peer inside your memories. Make you relive your deepest, darkest despair. Even those with the strongest wills could not survive. Except for, well, that one man. But even so, you do not stand a chance. Please. I am telling you this for the last time. Forget your friend and leave this place at once. No, Nami replied, causing the cat to gasp. Maybe you didn't hear us. We are not leaving without Luffy. Are you mad? The cat asked. You'll all run headlong into death? You think that's news to us, kitty? Sanji asked as he lit a cigarette. We pretty much do that on a daily basis. After all, we are pirates. Luffy's our captain, Zoro spoke with a confident grin. Without him, we're not much of a crew. And it's gonna take more than some overgrown, flying lizard with an attitude problem to make us up and leave him behind, Frankie added. Besides, I'm already dead, Brook exclaimed. Yo ho 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 ho. I'd do just about anything for Luffy, Blizzard said. I'd even follow him into hell and back if I had to. I mean, in a way, I kinda did, but still. I'd stake my life for Luffy 8,000 times over, Robin said, almost casually. So would I? Chopper piped up. You're all insane, the cat said. Cover is not just some obstacle that you can overcome with brute force. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we kinda figured that out, earlier today, said Usopp. Still, we're not leaving Luffy behind. You are all insane, said the cat. Don't you realize that Cover could take your souls in a heartbeat? If it's for Luffy, Nami began, we would gladly give up our souls. We would? Usopp asked, only for Zoro to smack him in the back of his head. Oof. I mean, why yeah. Of course we would, She means figuratively, not literally, right? Stop being a wuss, Sanji said. Nami and the cat glared at each other, the former giving off a determined, almost defiant stare. And that made the cat's eyes go wide. I see, now, she realized. You're all serious, then. Yes, we are, Robin replied. For Luffy. We'll go through any extreme to protect him. Just as he would do for us. A pause. But then Cat sighed. Very well, she said. You may proceed. Let's go, guys, Nami replied before she and the others headed off, while the cat seemed to smile after them. It has been quite some time since anyone had challenged Cover, the feline said. Whatever they say in that boy. I think it's good. XXX the Straw Hats found themselves in the barren crater where they had battled with Cover. Here, in the darkness of night, it seemed even more foreboding than during the day. Even the glowing lights of the fireflies, usually soothing and wondrous, gave a rather ominous feeling in the air. Guys, Usopp asked. I think my don't go into this crater disease is acting up. Usopp, we already established we're saving Luffy, said Zoro. Stop being a damn wimp, already. Can you blame me? Usopp questioned. That dragon could jump out at us again at any second? Let's just find Luffy, grab him, and get him back to the ship. As they kept walking, Robin suddenly stopped before she glanced back momentarily, then she sighed. Shouldn't you two be in bed? She asked, rather loudly, gaining everyone's attention, as everyone else looked back, as well. They saw the shape of a familiar straw hat with a light blue butterfly hair clip, and beside that were two pricked ears, both hiding behind a log. Nami groaned as she pinched her sinuses in exasperation, but then she took in a deep breath and sighed, trying her hardest not to lose her temper. Okay, you two, she said. Come out. Sure enough, Aika and Kumi came out of the hiding, the former still carrying her backpack and her pipe. I told you they would know, Kumi glared. I'm sorry, everyone, Aika said, but, it's just. We know, young Miss Aika, Brook said. Luffy is important to you, as well. Aika smiled, knowing that the skeleton understood. But listen, girls, Zoro began, we're not here to play babysitter. You had better stay close. We will, Zoro, Aika answered. Promise. Kumi held up one of her paws while making a cross motion with her other paw. Good, Robin smiled. Now let's go. Aika smiled before she ran up to the archaeologist, reaching up to hold her hand as the others continued walking. At first, it felt like they were just walking aimlessly. But they only had one thing to guide them. Luffy's Vivre card, which Nami held in her palm, staring down at it intently as it slightly inched forward. We're going the right way, she said. Shouldn't be too much farther now. Nami? Frankie asked. I think we're here. Everyone looked up to see what Frankie was talking about and gasped upon seeing it. A gigantic cave. No? More like the gigantic mouth of some terrifying creature, its maw wide open as if it were awaiting its prey. I deduce that this is Cover's lair, Robin said. Looks like it, Frankie nodded. That's definitely where he lives, said Aika, although her voice sounded a bit shaky, just like earlier today. I can feel his aura from right here. But Big Brother's aura is definitely in there with him. But, I don't understand. What's wrong, Aika? Asked Blizzard. Big Brother's aura, Aika said. I feel like something's wrong with it. I can't explain it. But, all I can sense is nothing but fear and pain and loss. It's just sweeping over me. We have to hurry and get in there, Nami said. Let's move, everybody. Right. The Straw Hats exclaimed as they hurried inside the cave, showing no hesitation whatsoever. The moment they entered the cavern, all they could find within was darkness with only the wind making a hollow, whispering noise. Almost as if the cave itself were alive and breathing. It sent chills down the spines of the Straw Hats, and yet they continued onward. As they did, most of the crew brandished their weapons while others kept up their guard. As well kept the two youngest members in the center of them in order to keep them safe from any harm coming from any and all directions. As they reached the innermost chamber of the cavern, they all gasped as they saw a familiar figure, lying limp on the ground. Luffy! The Straw Hats cried as they had finally spotted their captain. Lying on the cold, stone floor, completely unconscious. Big Brother! Aika shouted as she ran to Luffy's side, but before she could close, a familiar blackened scale slammed down on the ground in front of her, causing her to shriek before she ran and hid behind the others. Sure enough, Cover had appeared, his fiery eyes aglow with malice. You, Zoro barked. Well, the dragon said with mock amusement. I see you all here. Normally, one would not be so foolish as to step into my lair. You mortals are usually such cowardly creatures. Whenever one would see me, they would run away like pathetic mice, scared of your own tails. We came to get our captain back, Nami shouted, which caused Cover to chuckle in a sinister manner. I am sorry, he apologized, but I'm afraid I cannot give him back, now. His soul belongs to me. So that cat was right, Robin said. You do steal the souls of others. I do indeed, Cover confirmed, but what I love most is feeding upon one's despair. And it has been quite some time since I have tasted as big as this boy's. He glanced down at the motionless Luffy. And now, I refuse to let him go. Despair as big as his, Chopper repeated. What do you mean by that? Inquired Brook. HMPH, Cover scoffed. I am actually not surprised that you don't know, by now. You'd think your own captain would be honest with you lot, when he is still clearly in suffering. For almost 3 long years now, Straw Hat has been showing signs of severe psychological trauma. The feelings of loss, regret, and guilt are eating away at his mind and soul. The Straw Hats all gaped in shock. Even if I had not come along, Cover began, your captain would still be doomed to nothing but pain and despair. We don't care, Nami spoke up. We're still taking him back with us. Is that so? Asked Cover. For Luffy, we'll go through just about any extreme, Brook added while Blizzard growled in agreement, baring his fangs defiantly. Once again, Cover only snickered, evilly. Again, you amuse me, he said, willing to risk your lives for someone who is not worth protecting. What do you mean by that? Sanji questioned. I have seen his memories, Cover answered. I have seen just how much he has endangered all of you with his foolish whims. Why do you even bother? Because he is our captain, said Nami. Without Luffy, we're nothing. Nothing more than some empty words, Cover rebuked. All right, that's enough, Zoro barked as he drew his swords. I've heard just about enough of your bullshit. Oh, come now, Roronoa, said Cover. Surely, you know by now that trying to attack with those measly swords is meaningless. What was it that Hawkeye called you? A big frog in a small pond. How the hell did you know that? Zoro questioned. Again, Cover began. I can see into your memories. I have seen everything about you all. Your pasts, your happiness, your trauma. The Straw Hats all glanced at each other upon hearing that, while Cover looked down at the still unconscious Luffy. Even so, he began, nothing you do will wake him. Straw Hat is now a mere shell of what he is. Aika gasped at this. You mean, he's dead? She asked. He can't be, Kumi cried. Oh, no, Cover replied. He is actually from it, little girl. As we speak, he still tries to cling to life. One thing I like about those with D, they make me work for my meal. thought Robin in surprise. Then we'll just have to go into his memories and get him back ourselves, Nami exclaimed, but that only caused Cover to laugh even more. Surely you jest, he exclaimed. You fools have no idea of the horrors that could await you within the confines of his subconscious. We don't care, Aika shouted. You're just a big bully, and when Big Brother wakes up, he's still gonna kick your butt. Cover growled at the younger D-carrier, who squeaked in fright as she and Kumi hid behind Nami. Well, he is, Aika said as she peeked behind the navigator's legs. Insignificant whelp, said Cover. Very well. I shall see just how strong your bravado truly is. In fact, let us make a game of it. A game? Robin repeated. Yes, Cover replied. If you can somehow manage to reach your captain at the end of all this and save him, I will let you all leave this island, peacefully. But if not, his soul, as well as all of yours, will be mine. Well, see ya, Usopp said as he backed away, have a nice life. Before he could turn to leave though, he bumped into Blizzard, who growled as he got in his face. He said, turn your ass around, Chopper translated. Eep. Usopp squeaked. What do you think, Nami? Zoro asked. Should we go for it? Frankie inquired. If we don't, Luffy is doomed, Robin added. We're in, Nami spoke. Him. Cover chuckled. Excellent. He then held up his necklace for all the Straw Hats to see. Now, look into the gemstone. The Straw Hats began to do just that. Your eyes will start to get heavy, Cover told them. When you close them, you will all fall into a deep slumber. And when you awake, you will find yourselves in a world that is both strange and familiar to you. A pause, but then everything began to grow hazy. Big sis? Aika asked. I feel funny, huh? Without warning, she suddenly collapsed, and so did the Straw Hats. Nami groaned as she tried to stay standing. But before long, she fell unconscious along with the rest of the crew. While Cover snickered evilly. You will all watch, Cover began, as you see his very beginning, and his end. XXX, B. Is. IG. S. Big sis. Open your eyes. Wake up, big sis Nami. Nami moaned as she opened her eyes. Aika? She asked as she began to sit up, and sure enough, she was hugged by the younger D-carrier. Big sis, Aika exclaimed. You're okay. Nami made a slight noise of surprise before she returned Aika's embrace, and as she looked up, she found herself surrounded by the rest of the Straw Hats. Guys, she asked before she looked around. Where are we? Why don't you tell us? Usopp asked. Nami took a good look and found that she and others were standing in some sort of black void. What is this place? Nami questioned. If I didn't know better, Robin began, I'd say we're on the border between life and death, otherwise known as limbo. Why you gotta put it like that? Usopp questioned. You mean we're dead? Chopper asked. No way. This cannot be. Brook cried. I don't want to die a second time. Will you idiots shut up? Zoro barked. Just then, the sound of barking got the Straw Hats' attention, causing them to turn to look at Blizzard, who walked off in some seemingly random direction. It didn't take long for the crew to realize that their guard dog wanted them to follow him, and so they did. At first, it felt like they were going nowhere, seeing as how this empty black void seemed to be just endless. But then, they spotted something ahead. At first, it looked so small, they could barely make out what it was, but as they drew closer, they saw it was some sort of cup with a tiny flame flickering inside it. A flame? Nami asked as she picked it up and inspected it closely, and that's when she saw something on the cup's front. Luffy's name engraved in it. Luffy? What's his name doing on this cup? Suddenly, the small flame began to wave and rise, causing Nami to gasp before she dropped it. Thankfully, the cup didn't shatter. However, the flame started to grow higher and higher until it seemed to form some sort of ring, and not long after, an image came into view. It was the sea, vast, blue, and magnificent as the sky above it, and by the looks of things, the sun was just starting to rise. It's the sea, Nami said. Obviously, Zoro spoke. What is this thing? Hey, look, Aika chirped. I can see an island. The Straw Hats looked closer and indeed saw that there was an island on the horizon. Before long, the flame grew bigger and bigger until it surrounded the crew, causing them to gasp in surprise. But to their surprise, it did not burn them. Instead, they found themselves somehow standing right above the sea and below the sky. "Okay, anybody else wondering what's happening here?" asked Frankie. "I think we're about to find out," Nami replied as she looked to the island. "And it's all gonna start here. On this island." The Straw Hats, strangely, walked along the ocean's surface, surprisingly not sinking below. It was almost an amazing feeling, if not peculiar. The stranger part was it almost seemed like they weren't making any ripples on the water's surface. It was almost as if they were truly walking on air. "Man, this is just incredible," Usopp exclaimed. "You can say that again," Sanji said. "How is this even possible?" "I think this place allows to defy the laws of physics," Robin replied. "So this is what the inside of people's brains look like," Ika mused. "Not really, honey," Nami replied. "At least, I don't think." "Even you don't know," Zoro said, causing the navigator to sneer at him. "Yo, heads up," Frankie called. "I think we're here." At that moment, the Straw Hats had arrived at the shores of the island, and upon getting a closer look, they found windmills up ahead, turning slightly in the breeze. "Windmills?" Chopper asked, curiously. "Hold on," Robin said. "Didn't Luffy say that he once lived in a village full of windmills?" "Of course," Nami exclaimed. "Why didn't I realize it sooner? This is Windmill Village, Luffy's hometown." "So this is where Big Brother used to live," Ika exclaimed. "Look how big those windmills are." "Man. Nice, grassy hills, open sky," Blizzard noted. "Beautiful trees. Luffy came from a pretty humble place." "So what island is this?" Sanji asked. "This is Dawn Island," Nami replied. "It's also the place where the Goa Kingdom was established." "The Goa Kingdom?" Ika asked. "Pardon my interruption," Brook began, "but if this is where Mr. Luffy was born and raised, where exactly is he?" As if to answer his question, the group suddenly jumped at the sound of a woman's shrieks, filling the air. It almost sounded like she was in some sort of terrible pain. "A woman in a distress," Sanji exclaimed as he ran off, and the others soon followed behind, and it wasn't long before they found themselves at some sort of building, its only sign being a red cross at the top. "Is this a medical clinic?" asked Chopper. "Why were we brought here?" asked Frankie. "Only one way to find out," Nami answered as she looked inside, along with the others. Dot and they all gasped at what they saw. A woman with long, black hair, lying in bed while she held the hand of another young woman nearby, this one having dark green hair and wearing a bandana over it. The woman panted as she lied in her cot, her forehead dripping with sweat and her face red. Meanwhile, a rather elderly-looking man in a white lab coat sat at the edge with his hands, covered by sanitized rubber gloves, held out, as if he were ready to grab something. "You're almost there, miss," exclaimed the doctor. "I can see the head." "Ah!" Usopp cried as he covered Ika and Kumi's eyes. "This is not meant to be seen by the eyes of little kids." "Are we watching a woman give birth?" Sanji questioned. "Looks like it," Robin replied, casually. "Duh," Frankie cried as he looked away, as did Brook and Sanji. "Show some respect, men. This is a violation of a woman's privacy." "Hold on," Robin said. "I don't think she can even see us." "How do you know?" asked Zoro. "Remember," Robin replied. "We're in Luffy's memories, right now. Here, we don't exist. Not in this time, anyway." "Wait a minute," Chopper said. "I just realized something. If we're in Luffy's memories right now, isn't that?" "Oh, my god," Nami whispered. "That's Luffy's mother, Star, guys. We're watching Luffy's birth." No sooner had this revelation been made that a loud wail filled the air, and the doctor held up a screeching infant, covered in what looked like blood and fluids. "It's a boy," the doctor exclaimed as he proceeded to snip off the umbilical cord. "Wow," Chopper whispered. "I've seen doctoring deliver lots of babies back on Cherry Blossom Kingdom, but it never gets old for me." "The miracle of birth," Robin smiled. "Can I look, now?" Ika asked. "No," Usopp answered while Blizzard only sighed and shook his head. After the doctor had gotten the infant cleaned up, he soon wrapped him up in a bundle before he handed the baby boy to his eagerly awaiting mother, who took him into her embrace. She smiled as she gazed upon her newborn son's face with tears in her eyes while the young woman smiled softly in admiration. Soon, the infant opened his eyes and blinked up at his mother, who tenderly kissed his forehead with all the love and warmth she could give, which caused him to coo softly. "He's perfect," whispered Star, "my sweet little baby boy. He's so tiny," said the young woman next to Star. "I'm so happy for you, Star." "Thank you, Makino," Star replied as she held her son. The Straw Hats all smiled fondly at the scene that played before them. Some of them looked as if they were on the verge of tears. "So beautiful," Robin smiled, wiping her eyes. "A mother and child, bonded since the very beginning," Blizzard mused. "It's truly a tender sight." "BWAHH," Frankie sobbed. "Oh, God, have you seen something so touching in all your life? I'm not crying, you jerks." "The birth of a legend," Zoro grinned. "Yo-ho-ho-ho," Brook laughed. "You could call it that." "Ah, Big Brother was such a cute little baby," Aika exclaimed. "Yeah, look at his cute little nose and his cute little hands and his cute little feet," Kumi added. "Shush," Chopper shushed. "Quiet, this is getting good. So what are you going to name him?" the doctor asked. "Luffy," Star answered as she held Luffy close to her. "Monkey D. Luffy." The baby, Luffy, cooed as he nestled his face in his mother's bosom. "I think it's a wonderful name," Makino concurred. It's just too bad Dragon's not here to see this." "It's for the best," Star whispered as she kissed Luffy's forehead. "Dragon had to leave. Otherwise, Luffy wouldn't even be here, right now." "What does she mean by that?" asked Chopper. "It's possible that Dragon never wanted to leave Star in the first place," Robin answered. "Especially when he knew that she was going to give birth to Luffy, but he had no choice." "It's hard to be a father when you're the world's most wanted man," Sanji added. "Yeah," Blizzard said. "I mean, just think about what would happen if the world government captured Dragon as well as Luffy's mother during her pregnancy. Do you have any idea what could have happened to her?" "What would happen?" Aika asked. "They'd kill them both, of course," Zoro replied, bluntly. "Zoro?" Nami chided. "What?" Zoro asked. "It's the truth. If they had found out about Luffy's mom, they would have executed her just for carrying Dragon's kid, and in that essence, they'd kill Luffy before he's even born." But that's not fair," Aika whispered in horror. "The world government is never fair, Aika," Robin said, grimly. "If it was, your mother would still be here." Aika gulped while Nami gently pet her head. "Sorry, young Miss Aika," Brook said, "but you've seen firsthand how cruel the world government can be." "It's okay," Aika said, sadly, which caused Kumi to nuzzle her in hopes of consoling her. "Hey, guys, look," Chopper called to the others, which made them turn to see Luffy, yawning as he began to fall asleep in his mother's arms. And all the while, Star just looked at her newborn son with this wistful look in her eyes, and Makino seemed to have this knowing smile on her face, for she chuckled. "I know that look," she said. "What are you thinking about, Star?" "His future," Star replied as she gently stroked her baby boy's little head. "One day, Luffy. I just know you'll do big things in the world." The Straw Hats seemed to smile at this. "A mother always seems to know these kind of things, don't they?" Brook asked. "She looks so proud of him, already," Nami smiled. "I've seen that look on Belmere, back when I was young." "Mine, too," Usopp smiled, a tear forming in his eye before he wiped it away. "A mother is always proud of her children from the moment they're born." Robin smiled as she watched Star cradle Luffy and the Straw Hats looked on. Everything seemed to fade to black. "Whoa!" Usopp cried. "What just happened?" "I don't know," Brook replied. Before too long, the darkness fled, revealing a lone house sitting on a hill right on the outskirts of the village. It was daytime, now, and the Straw Hats found themselves at some sort of playground, and Star was walking down the dirt road as she pushed a stroller, where baby Luffy giggled as he nibbled on a little toy sailboat. It must have been quite some time after his birth, for he looked a bit bigger now, and he was wearing a red shirt with blue overalls. "Oh," Star sang. "The islands in the south are warm, and their heads get really hot, they grow pineapples, they grow coconuts, and they're morons." "Hey, that's the silly song that Big Brother sings," Aika exclaimed. "Oh, God, don't tell me she's the one who got that damned song in Luffy's head," Sanji exclaimed with dread. "No wonder." "Where did she even learn that song?" Nami asked. "I guess that remains a mystery," Robin muttered, sounding a bit surprised herself. "This looks like a good spot to sit," Star said as she set down a blanket on the grass, then took Luffy out of the stroller and placed him on it, where he cooed and gurgled as he kept holding his toy boat while his mother sat on a bench, reading a book and eating a sandwich. "Ah, big brother looks so adorable," Aika exclaimed. "Ah, who am I kidding?" Sanji asked. "Even I can't deny he's adorable." "Softy," Zoro smirked. "Ah, shut up," Sanji barked. "I bet you're actually thinking the same thing." "Oh, please, I don't do cute," Zoro exclaimed. "Shush," Usopp shushed. "Guys, look." Everyone watched as baby Luffy nibbled and drooled on his little toy boat. Thankfully, it didn't look like it had any small parts that he could put in his mouth, and as he played, Star couldn't help looking down at him and smiling with all the warmth and tenderness a mother could give. She chuckled as she put her back down and turned to face her son, who looked back up with a wide, toothless smile. "You always loved that little boat, didn't you, Luffy?" asked Star before she picked him up. "Come here. I want to show you something." She then carried Luffy over to the top of a hill. And awaiting them was a breathtaking view of the vast, blue sea. The Straw Hats smiled as they gazed upon it, for the sight of the beautiful ocean has always left them in awe. "This is the sea, Luffy," Star began, "and it's beautiful." "Abla." Baby Luffy cooed. "There are lots of people out there who sail the seas today," Star said. "All because of that one man. And one day, when you grow up, you might want to go out to sea, too." The Straw Hats all smiled while Luffy babbled and squealed, reaching his tiny hands out towards the sea. "I guess we know where Luffy's love for the sea really comes from," Nami said. "Hee hee hee hee." Usopp chuckled. "Man, I always thought that it was either Shanks, Ace, or even Garp that influenced Luffy so much. But it was Mother that actually sparked that love for him," Frankie grinned. "Yo ho 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 ho," Brooke laughed. "Such a wonderful woman, she was, I wonder if—" "Don't even think about finishing that sentence," Nami glared, causing Brooke to gulp nervously. "Yes, ma'am," he squeaked. "Miss Star was such a wonderful mommy," Aika smiled. "I can tell she loves Big Brother very much." "Yeah, she's so kind," Kumi added, wagging her tail back and forth. "I bet Luffy loved her a lot, too." Suddenly, Star's nose seemed to twitch and she put on a bit of a grimace, while Luffy had a bit of a relaxed look on his face. "Oh, boy," Star said. "I think someone needs to be changed." Her son only giggled, and the Straw Hats couldn't help chuckling, despite it ruining the moment a bit. "Well, when you gotta go, you know?" Blizzard asked with a snicker. "No kidding," Chopper agreed. Then, just like that, everything faded to darkness again before another memory appeared. This time though, the Straw Hats were met with a rather appalling sight. Luffy, sitting in a chair, with his forehead, arms, and legs in bandages. And there was even a patch over his right eye. Judging by his height, the Straw Hats assumed that at least 4 years had passed. Also, they found numerous photos of Luffy back when he was an infant sitting on the mantel over the fireplace, so they assumed that they must now be in Luffy's house. "Oh, my god," Nami exclaimed. "What happened to him?" "I think we're about to find out," Brooke answered. "I cannot believe you did this," Star's voice shouted from another room, causing Luffy to look from the corner of his eye. "How could you do something so horrible? Luffy's only 4 years old." "Will you calm yourself down?" a familiar booming voice questioned. "I'm only doing what's best for him." "Is that Garp?" Usopp asked. "Oh, no," Nami muttered with dread. "I should have known he had something to do with this." "This must be when Garp started Luffy's training regimen," Robin added, although she did not look the least bit amused. In fact, she sounded rather angry. "I don't get what you're so mad about," Garp's voice shouted. "Oh, no," Star rebuked. "I'm not mad, Garp. I was mad when you tied to my son to a giant bouquet of balloons and sent him flying. I was mad when you threw him down a ravine. Now, I am absolutely livid. You leave your 4-year-old grandson in the middle of a jungle filled with all sorts of vicious predators, for 3 days, without my knowledge, and when he finally finds his way home, he looks he's about to drop dead." Chopper gasped in horror at this, as did Aika and Kumi. The rest of the Straw Hats, meanwhile, only watched on with worry. "I'm only trying to help Luffy get stronger," Garp argued. "This is necessary if he's going to be a Marine, and you spoiling him like this is only gonna make him soft." "There you go, again," Star yelled. "Marine this, Marine that, You're not trying to help Luffy get stronger. What you're trying to do is kill him. I told you. Let Luffy decide his own future instead of deciding it for him. Star, I just want what's best for him, Garp started before Star interjected. No, she shouted as she poked a finger in his broad chest, and it almost looked like she pushed him back with just that one poke alone. You only want what's best for you. I am so sick and tired of you. Always trying to push your ideals on my son. It's bad enough you drove my husband away, and now, you want to torture my boy? The Straw Hats gaped, absolutely stunned at Star's complete change in demeanor. Even Garp was left speechless as the woman began to push him back towards the door. Next time you come here, Star began, you better actually spend some real quality time with Luffy instead of trying to send him into an early grave. Now get out of my house. On that, she pushed the legendary Marine out the door and slammed it right in his face. However, as she turned back, she heard him call out to her. Star, you have to understand something. I'm not trying to control Luffy. I just want what's best for him. You have to understand that, I didn't mean to drive Dragon away. And I know that apologizing won't bring him back to you. But do you really want your son to live the life of a criminal? Star stood there in silence while the Straw Hats stared in slight surprise at what was unfolding. Meanwhile, Luffy just sat in the chair, blinking his good eye innocently, not really understanding what was being said. Even if Luffy wanted to be a Marine, Star began, you know as well as I do that they won't let him. Especially once they figure out who his father is. Now go away. A pause. But then, they could hear footfalls retreating from the house. Star sighed as she leaned against the wall with a hand on her forehead before she fell to the floor on her knees, causing Sanji to gasp as he ran over to her. Miss, are you all right? He asked as he put his hand on Star's shoulder. Only for it to phase right through. What the? This is a memory, dartboard, remember, Zoria or see us. We're just here to watch. Poor Star, Robin said. That must have been so emotionally taxing for her. I'll say it was, Blizzard muttered in concern. Big Brother's grandpa sounded so mean, Aika said. Well, it sounds like his heart was in the right place, Nami replied. It's just that, he went about it the wrong way. Luffy hasn't told her that Garp's her grandfather yet, she thought. Actually, on second thought, that might be for the best. I don't think she'd take it very well if she found out her grandfather is a Marine. Mommy, Star looked up at Luffy, who stared at her in concern. But then she smiled as she gently pulled him into a hug, and at first, he seemed confused. But then he smiled and hugged her back. It's okay, Luffy, she said as she kissed her son on the cheek. As long as I'm around, your grandpa won't bother you. She. Luffy laughed, and the Straw Hats all smiled at the tender moment, once more. Come on, Star said. Let's get started on making you dinner. I bet you're hungry, huh? Yeah. Luffy cheered as he followed his mother into the kitchen. At that moment, the memory faded again before shifting into another. It was Luffy again, his body now free of bandages, as he sat alone in the living room, playing with the toy boat he had since he was a baby. Star, for some reason, was nowhere to be found. Where his ma? Asked Frankie. Oh, dear, Brooke muttered. I hope she's all right. Hey, look at this, Kumi spoke up as she saw a note on the door. Luffy, I went out shopping with Makino. I'll be back before too long. Don't leave the house while I'm gone. Love, Mommy. Oh, I see, Nami said. She's out with that Makino woman today. It sounds to me that Makino and Star were best friends, Robin said. Makes you wonder, though, Usopp said. How come Luffy's just sitting here by himself? You'd think he'd go out and play in the forest or something with his friends, like all little kids do. As if he heard him, the young Luffy seemed to heave a sigh as he put his toy boat down on the rug and propped his head upon his palms with a distant look on his face. I don't think Luffy had any friends when he was little, Chopper realized. Yeah, look at how lonely he looks, Aika pointed out. Poor Luffy, Kumi said, sadly. Just then, Luffy suddenly threw his head up as he heard the sound of laughter going on outside, and his frowning face soon beamed as he grabbed his toy boat and ran out the back door. It looks like Luffy didn't really care much for doing what people told him back when he was a kid, either, said Nami. Clearly, Zoro muttered. As Luffy ran out, he found a group of children running around, playing tag, laughing all the while. Some of them looked a bit older than he was. At least 7 or 8 years at best. "Hey," Luffy called as he ran over to them. "Hey, you guys, can I play?" Upon hearing Luffy's voice, the kids stopped their game and turned to face him. But for some reason, their enthusiasm from earlier seemed to vanish almost instantly, replaced with disdain and maybe even a bit of fear. "Oh, great, it's that kid, again," said one of the boys, who had auburn hair. "Wait, who is that?" asked the blonde-haired girl. "You don't know?" asked the boy with dark blue hair. "That kid is Garp's grandson. And he's a real freak." The Straw Hats gasped at this. "Did they just call him what I think they just called him?" Nami asked. "I'm pretty sure I heard the word, freak," answered Frankie. "What makes him a freak?" asked the girl. "His gramps threw him down a ravine, and somehow, he lived," said a boy with short, lavender hair and glasses. "Hey, guys," Luffy called again as he approached. "Hey, can I play with you guys? Look, I even brought my toy boat." No thank you," said the boy with glasses. "My mom said I had to be home for dinner." "Well, what about you guys?" asked Luffy. "You wanna play with me? I know. We can play pirates, I'll be the captain and you guys." Actually, I just remembered," the boy with auburn hair began. "I got homework to finish." "And I had to get my hair done," the blonde-haired girl said. "And I had to feed my dog," said the boy with dark blue hair. "See ya, kid." However, before he could leave, Luffy suddenly grabbed him by his arm. Wait," Luffy exclaimed. "Please, I just want to play." We don't have time," answered the boy as he tried to pull away. "Will you let me go? Gee guys, help, he won't let go." Soon, the other kids came to his aid, trying to pull their friend out of Luffy's grasp. "Let go of him, you freak," shouted the auburn-haired boy. "You're gonna hurt him." "I just wanna," Luffy started, but then, snap, there was a loud pop, and the boy with dark blue hair screamed in agony as he held his shoulder, while his right arm dangled at his side. "My arm," he cried. The little freak pulled it right out of its socket. The Straw Hats all gaped while Luffy and the children stared in horror. "My God," Sanji whispered. "I always thought that Luffy was strong, but he even had his strength, way back when he was only 4. Talk about monstrous," Zoro exclaimed. "Clearly, he didn't know his own strength back then," Robin added. I'm sorry," Luffy stammered. "I didn't mean to." "Freak," the blonde girl shouted. "Freak, get out of here." I'm not a freak," Luffy whimpered, tearfully. "You are so a freak," shouted the lavender-haired boy. "No kid's as strong as you are. Now get out of here, go on." "Or better yet," the boy with auburn hair shouted. "Let's get out of here." On that, the kids ran away, leaving Luffy all alone, staring after them with tears in his eyes. Needless to say, the Straw Hats were stunned. But they were especially angry, if not more. "Those damn little bastards," Frankie cursed. "How could they be so cruel?" Usopp questioned. "Yeah, he just wanted to play," Nami added. "Children can be so cruel, sometimes," Robin said sadly, as she remembered when she was teased by the other children on Ohara for her powers. Even in the Grand Line, they fear something they don't understand or think is different. "Boy, isn't that the truth?" asked Chopper, also remembering when he was teased by the young reindeer calves in his old herd because of his blue nose, and remembering how the teasing got worse when he ate the human fruit. "When Luffy said that he was an outcast, like me," Blizzard began, "I honestly didn't believe that until now. Poor kid." The memory soon shifted again, revealing it to be nighttime, and Luffy was sitting all alone on a stump in the middle of the woods, crying his little eyes out as he hugged his toy boat to his chest. "Oh, Luffy," Nami said, sadly. "Poor baby." Aika looked at the boy who would later become her older brother before she approached him and attempted to wrap her arms around him. But alas, she phased right through him. "Aika," Robin began, "remember, this is a memory. Luffy can't see or hear us. He can't even feel us." "But he's hurting," Aika said, sounding close to tears. I just wish there was something I could do." Suddenly, the group heard footsteps approaching, and a light coming from somewhere behind the trees. "Luffy, it's Star," Usopp exclaimed, and sure enough, the woman appeared, holding a lit oil lantern in her hand. Star gasped upon seeing her son, who blinked up at with wide, wet eyes and fat tears rolling down his cheeks. But then she sighed in relief as she ran up and hugged Luffy, then sternly put her hands on his shoulders. "Didn't I tell you not to leave the house?" Star questioned. "You had me worried sick and—" She trailed off when she saw her son's tears. What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Mommy," Luffy asked. "How come everyone keeps running away from me?" "What do you mean?" asked Star. "What happened?" Luffy then conveyed to his mother what had transpired in her absence, and Star's worry and anger soon gave way to sadness and understanding. She sighed as she hugged her son, who returned high. Luffy asked, "You don't think I'm a freak, do you?" "Of course not, Luffy," Star answered. "You're a bright, healthy, normal little boy who could no wrong in my eyes. Some people just don't understand that." "I just wanted to be friends," Luffy said. "I just wanted them to like me." "I know," Star answered as she held her son's hands, "but I'll tell you this much. If they don't want to take the time to really get to know you, then that's their problem, not yours." Luffy looked up at his mother, who wiped away his tears. "Besides," Star began, "just because somebody calls you a freak, it doesn't change how I feel about you. No matter what people say. No matter what you do. You're my son. And I will always, always love you, Luffy." "Really, Mommy?" asked Luffy with a smile on his face. "Really?" Star nodded as she hugged Luffy, once more. And the Straw Hats all smiled at the sight. Even Zoro seemed to shed a tear, which he tried to wipe away. "Aha!" Sanji exclaimed. "I saw that. No, I have allergies and I—" The swordsman tried to come up with an excuse, but quickly fell short in the end. All right. So I'm not made of stone, sheesh." Robin chuckled, her own tears falling as well. "Bwahhh," Frankie sobbed. "Oh, God, what a good mother she was. I ain't crying, damn it." Star's love for Luffy knew no bounds, Nami replied. She was everything a good mother should be, and maybe even more. "Man," Usopp smiled, wiping away his own tears, I'm just speechless, right now." "As am I," Brook agreed. "There is nothing more tender than the love a mother has for her child." "Reminds me of my mommy," Aika spoke up. "Mine, too," Blizzard added. Kumi sniffled as she smiled at the sweet scene, her tears falling down her furry cheeks. After a while, Star had brought Luffy back home and made him dinner, and even back then, Luffy still had his infamous appetite. He had already cleaned at least 7 plates of beef curry, and yet he was still eating. Star didn't seem to mind, though. She only smiled as her soon ate her cooking with gusto. "Geez," Sanji said. Even back then, Luffy could really put it away. "Well, he's a growing boy," said Frankie. "Yeah, but don't you think that's just a bit too much?" asked Chopper. "The human stomach is about as big as your fist. And Luffy didn't have his rubber powers back then." "I think Star knew that," Robin said, "but she also might have taken into account that Luffy might have a large appetite, even before he got his devil fruit powers." "Well, I guess it would make sense," Chopper said, although he didn't really sound too sure. After Luffy had eaten, he was now lying in bed, his tummy now large and round with a content smile on his face. "Dinner was so good," Luffy said. "I ate a ton." "I can tell," Star said as she poked his tummy, causing him to giggle. "Mommy, that tickles," he exclaimed. "Well, I can't help it," Star replied. "Your tummy's so cute, I can't help not poking it." "Just wait until he's older," Aika spoke up. "Big brother's tummy is so nice to sleep and bounce on." Luffy then yawned as he began to fall asleep, and Star smiled as she kissed his forehead and got up to head to her bedroom, but then— "Hey, Mommy?" "Yes, dear?" Star asked as she turned to look at Luffy. "Can I have a story?" Luffy asked. Star seemed to roll her eyes, but nonetheless, she still smiled as she went back into the room. "Okay," she said, "but if I read you a story, will you go to sleep for Mommy?" "Uh-huh." Luffy nodded. You know," Star said as she went over to a bag and pulled out a book. "It just so happens I got you a new storybook while I was out Makino, today." Luffy took the book and read the cover. "The Adventures of Gold Roger," he read. "I didn't know there was a book about Gold Roger," Aika chirped. "Oh, that's right," Robin answered. Sometime after Roger's execution, a book about him had been released. "Shish," Usopp shushed. "She's about to read." Star opened up the book and began to read while Luffy eagerly listened. Once upon a time, Star began, there was a young man named Roger, and Roger had one dream: to sail the seas and see the world, as a pirate. A pirate? Luffy asked, excitedly. That's right, Star answered as she turned the page. As Roger grew up, everyone laughed at him because they thought his dream was silly. But he would just laugh right back at them, as if their teasing didn't matter. Wow, said Luffy. This Roger guy sounds so cool. He does, doesn't he? Asked Star. However, everyone thought that he was even crazier when he said he wanted to go to the Grand Line. What's the Grand Line, Mommy? Asked Luffy. The Grand Line is a stretch of sea that goes all the way around the world, Star answered, but it's also a very dangerous place. Dangerous? Luffy parroted. But, if it's dangerous, wasn't Roger scared? Oh, no, Star shook her head. Roger wasn't scared, at all. In fact, he laughed at the idea of danger. He and his crew went there as if they were walking through a park. Wow. Luffy whispered in awe. Roger was a very brave pirate, Star answered, but he was also a great friend. Whenever his crew was in danger, he'd do everything he could to protect them from harm. Whenever they were trying to escape, Roger would hold back the enemy and buy his crew time. Whenever they got hurt, Roger would get very angry, and when one of them was crying, he'd give them a shoulder to cry on. Just like Rayleigh said, Nami smiled. Man, Roger sure was a stand-up guy, Zoro added. Luffy sure does take after him, Usopp added. Roger and his crew had fought many battles and had many adventures together on the Grand Line, Star continued, and then, when they had reached very end of that mysterious, dangerous stretch of sea, the world began to Gold Roger, the king of the pirates. A king? Luffy gasped in awe. That's right, Star answered, but he wasn't called a king because he conquered anything or ruled over anyone. He was called a king because he had more freedom than anybody in the entire world. So, what happened to Roger after that? Asked Luffy. Did he live happily ever after? Well, Luffy, Star began, I'm sorry to say that he didn't, because a year after he became the king, he gave himself up. What? Luffy questioned. Wait, Gold Roger gave himself up? Asked Aika. Why did he do that? You'll find out later, Aika, Robin replied. Roger was taken back to his hometown, Logia Town, Star kept reading. Also called, the town of the beginning and the end, where he would be executed. Oh, Luffy said, solemnly, that sounds kind sad. Yeah, it is, Star said. Before a grin creased her lips. But, it didn't really end that way. It didn't? Luffy asked. How come, Mommy? Because before Roger was killed, Star said, he said these last words. She then made a bit of a deep, gruff voice. You want my treasure? You can have it, I left everything I gathered together in one place. Now you just have to find it. Luffy beamed while his mother kept reading. And so, Star concluded, people from all over the world sailed to find Gold Roger's treasure, the One Piece. And whoever found it first would become next king of the pirates. On that, she closed the book, thus finishing the story. Hey, Mommy, Luffy said. I know what I want to be when I grow up. Oh, really? Star inquired. And just what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be the king of the pirates, Luffy declared, and Star gasped silently while the Straw Hats smiled. Do you really want that, Luffy? Star asked. Do you really want to be the king of the pirates when you grow up? Yeah, Luffy nodded. I mean, do you think I can, Mommy? A pause. But then Star hugged her son tightly, with tears of pride and joy in her eyes. Oh, Luffy, she said, I think that's just perfect for you. She, Luffy giggled, while the Straw Hats felt themselves just brimming over the top with the pride later become their captain. As the memory faded to black, the Straw Hats took that moment to reflect on what they had witnessed. Man, Sanji said. I know Luffy said his mother was kind, but, now that sold it. Star was so wonderful, Nami replied. Reminds me of Belmere. And it looks like she had a love for the sea and freedom, as well, Usopp added. In fact, she sparked the flame for his dream. And she always believed that Luffy was destined for greatness, Robin said. All parents expect great things from their children, but Star expected Luffy to be the greatest of all. But she didn't enforce her expectations too much, Zoro spoke. She gave Luffy all the love, support, and faith that any parent or guardian should give their kid. I'm not gonna cry, Frankie whimpered. I'm not gonna cry, damn it. Hey, guys, look, Aika exclaimed. Something's happening. As the memory shifted, the Straw Hats saw Luffy back in his house again. But something seemed to be wrong. Instead of running and jumping about with his usual enthusiasm, he was lying in bed. And even more worrisome was the fact that his forehead had a damp cloth over it while his face seemed pale with an unusual red flush, and his breath was coming out raspy and weak. The boy coughed before he gritted his teeth, as if he were in pain. What's happening? Blizzard questioned. Big brother's sick, cried Aika. What do you think he might have, Chopper? Asked Nami. It looks like he has a virus, Chopper answered. Judging by the way he's breathing and his fever, I'd say it's attacking his lungs. Where's Star? Robin asked. She should be tending to Luffy, right now. Oh, wait. Here she is. Brook exclaimed as Star appeared in the memory, taking off the cloth on her son's forehead, dipping it in a water basin, then wringing it out before she put it back on Luffy's head. Mommy. Luffy whispered. Shush, Star soothed as she gently pet her son's head. It'll be okay, Luffy, hopefully. I don't understand, Sanji said. Luffy seemed so healthy, earlier. What the hell happened? If I didn't know better, Usopp began, I'd say that Garp must have left him in the forest, again. And as a result, he got sick, Robin added. Wow, Aika said. I'm sure glad Mr. Garp's not my grandpa. The Straw Hats' eyes went wide before they glanced at each other, nervously. Yeah, Zoro muttered. Right, he's not your grandpa at all, Nami added before giving a forced chuckle. What's with those looks? Kumi asked. Don't worry about it, Blizzard answered. Just watch the memory. Star paced back and forth, running her hands through her hair before she glanced back at Luffy, who'd tossed and turned on the bed uncomfortable. The sight was more than enough to get the Straw Hats on the verge of tears. Seeing the boy who would later become their captain so vulnerable like this, it broke their hearts, and it especially broke his mother's heart. She seemed so helpless, not knowing what to do. But then, Star gasped silently and her eyes went wide, as if an idea had struck. What's she doing? Nami asked before Star went out of the room, and after a while, she came back wearing a shawl over her head. I'll be back, Luffy, Star whispered, I promise. Mommy. Luffy muttered as his mother gently stroked the top of his head before she walked out the room, and the Straw Hats could hear her going down the stairs to the front door, which opened and then slammed shut. Chopper looked out the window and gasped upon seeing her walking through the snow, heading towards a mountain. Where is she going? Chopper questioned. Luffy's sick, she can't just leave him alone, we gotta follow her. We can't, Chopper, Blizzard said. This is Luffy's memory. He probably doesn't even know where his mother went. He then looked over at Luffy, then went over and tried to nuzzle him in a comforting manner, only to stop himself when he remembered that he couldn't. If Star left, Robin began, she must have good reason. She loves to Luffy just up and abandon. We'll just have to wait and see, Sanji said as he lit up a cigarette and puffed out some smoke. Sanji, Nami exclaimed. Luffy's sick, you can't smoke here. It's a memory, Sanji replied. I'm not gonna make Luffy feel worse. Right, Nami realized. Man, I feel stupid. I understand, Sanji answered as the memory faded to black. But they could still hear Luffy's raspy breathing, signifying that he was just sleeping. The Straw Hats stood by, waiting for Star to return. Then, all of a sudden, the Straw Hats heard the sound of a door opening and shutting, which caused Luffy to awaken. As he looked up, his vision seemed blurry for a moment, but once it cleared, the Straw Hats gasped at the sight that laid before them. Star was leaning against the doorway. Her skin blue, her teeth chattering, and she had various cuts all over her. No, more like claw marks. In her hand was a little flower. Holy crap, Frankie cursed. What the hell was she doing? My god, she looks nearly frozen, Sanji cried. What's that in her hand? Aika queried as she pointed at the flower, and upon noticing it, Chopper gasped in disbelief. Unbelievable, Chopper exclaimed. That flower is a rare medicinal plant. If you boil it in a broth and drink it, you'll feel good as new in no time. It only grows in the winter. My word, Brook whispered. Look at her. She must have gone through quite a lot to get that plant. She's covered in scratch marks, Nami said, looking Star over, and it looks like she's almost frostbitten. Mommy. Luffy asked before he coughed, then attempted to sit up, only for Star to gently ease him back down onto the mattress. Mommy, you feel cold. It's GG going to be all right now. Luffy, Star smiled with her teeth chattering. Mommy will make you. I'll be better. Luffy smiled at this before he fell asleep, once again, and though everything went dark, he could Star footsteps recede, albeit slowly and staggering. Not long after, he and the Straw Hats heard the door open. Hi, Star, I just thought I'd come and… Oh, my good lord, what happened to you? That sounds like Miss Makino, said Aika. Sounds like she came at a good time, Nami added. Hang on, Makino exclaimed. I'll start a fire. What are you doing with that flower? As the memory began to fade, Makino and Star's speech became a bit garbled, but the group could barely make out these words that Luffy's mother managed to speak. Flower. Boil it. Or, Luffy dies. The Straw Hats gaped upon hearing this. My god. Usopp whispered. Was Mr. Luffy so sick that he was going to perish? Brook asked. Must have been, Zoro answered. Star risked her life, Nami began, just so she could save Luffy's. Just goes to show you just how much she loves her son, Sanji added, with Blizzard nodding in agreement. The memory shifted again, once more showing Luffy inside his house, only now, he was in the drawing room, playing with his toy boat again. Captain Luffy sails again, he exclaimed as he pretended to sail the boat on the blue rug, making splashing sounds as he did. Wow, these seas look rough. Be careful, men. We could for a tidal wave. On that, he tossed the boat into the air, then caught it in his hands. She. The Straw Hats smiled as they watched Luffy play. Looks like he made it, Sanji said. Yeah, Nami smiled. I don't understand. Luffy looked like he had a pretty good childhood to me. Hold on a second, Zoro said. Where's Star? Hey, come to think of it, where is she? Asked Usopp. Soon enough, Star entered the house, carrying bags of groceries. I'm back, Luffy, Star called. Mommy, Luffy exclaimed as he ran to greet her, jumping into her arms and wrapping his arms around her neck in a hug, which she returned. Hi, sweetie, Star smiled as she put Luffy down. Come on, I'll go get lunch started. Okay. Luffy nodded. I'm hungry. Yeah, Luffy's definitely feeling better now, Nami said. Blizzard, however, seemed to have against his head, which Aika and Kumi noticed. What's wrong, Blizzard? Asked Kumi. I've got a really bad feeling, Blizzard answered, and as soon as he said this, Star began to give a hard cough, which caused Luffy to look up at her in concern. What's wrong, Mommy? Luffy asked. Oh, it's nothing, Luffy, said Star. Just a cough. Oh, Luffy muttered. Okay. Listen, Luffy, Star started, after I cook you lunch, I promised Makino I would go to the doctor for this cough I have. I'm sure it's nothing, but Makino's making a fuss about it, so. But, you promised me you'd play with me after lunch, Luffy said. Can't you wait until after we play, then go to the doctor? Well, Star started, only for her soon to look up at her with these cute, wet, puppy dog eyes, and she sighed as she felt herself weaken. Oh, all right. I'll play with you after lunch, and then I'll go to the doctor, okay? Yay! Luffy cheered as he and his mother headed into the kitchen. The Straw Hats couldn't help but look a bit worried, though, as they kept watching. That cough sounds pretty bad, said Chopper. She should have seen the doctor right away, so why didn't she? Because to her, Luffy's more important, Sanji said. Even more than her own health. I just realized something, Robin said as she looked at Nami. Nami, didn't Luffy tell you his mother died on his 6th birthday? Why yeah, Nami answered. Why? Look at the calendar, the archaeologist told Nami, who glanced over at the calendar at the wall. And then she gasped upon seeing the date, May 2nd. And Luffy's birthday was only 3 days away. Oh, no, she whispered. No, this can't be it. Holy crap, Zoro cursed, actually sounding horrified. After Luffy and Star had eaten their beef stew, the latter eating more than his mother, the two were outside in the backyard, playing catch with a ball. Catch, Luffy, Star called as she tossed the ball to Luffy, who caught it in his hands. Good job, now toss it back to me. Okay, Mommy. Luffy answered as he tossed the ball back to his mother, who managed to catch it in her hands. Okay, I'm gonna throw it again, Star said. Ready? Yeah, answered Luffy as his mother threw the ball again, but she threw it just a bit too high, causing it to sail over his head and into the bushes behind him. Oops, Luffy said as he went after the ball. I'll get it, mommy. It didn't take him too long to find the ball, but as Luffy turned to face Star, he gasped when she saw her going into a harsh coughing fit. Mommy? Asked Luffy. What's wrong? Star continued while the Straw Hats watched in growing concern. As Star pulled her hand away from her mouth, she gasped as she tried to catch her breath. But then, out of nowhere, she just collapsed, her face flushed red and her breathing raspy and hoarse. Mommy! Luffy cried as he ran to his mother's side, shaking her in the hopes that she would stand. Mommy, are you okay? Say something? Gee. Get. Makino. Star said, barely able to get her voice out. Oh okay. Luffy answered as he ran back inside the house, and when he did, he heard the sound of the door open and close. Star? Luffy? Are you here? Makino? Luffy cried as he ran to the front door, and sure enough, there was Makino, who had entered the house. Luffy? Asked Makino. What's wrong? Where's your mother? Mommy needs help, Makino, Luffy urged as he tugged on her arm. Hurry. What? Makino questioned before she and Luffy ran out to the back, where they found Star struggling to stand. Oh, no, Star. She then went to help her to her feet. Are you all right? Can you move? Mommy. Luffy whimpered. Hang on, Makino said as she began to help Star. We'll get you to the doctor. Just hang in there, come on, Luffy, let's go. Oh okay, Luffy whimpered as he followed them out. Oh, man. Usopp said, this isn't gonna be good. She should have seen the doctor beforehand, Chopper cried. Why didn't she do that first? Like I said, Sanji began, Luffy is more important to her than her own well-being. But still. Chopper stammered. Let it go, Chopper, Nami answered. Even if we really could talk to her. There's no way we could convince her to go. I guess we know where Luffy got his stubbornness from. The memory shifted, revealing Luffy sitting inside a waiting room, looking at a nearby door. Luffy's mother must be behind there, Robin said. The doctor must be giving her an examination, right now. We already know what she has, Chopper said. Pneumonia. But back then, we didn't know how she got it. It must have been from when she went into those mountains, Zoro theorized. She wasn't really properly clothed for the trip. A thin coat and a shawl. No wonder she got sick. Zoro? Robin chided. What? Zoro asked. It's the truth. Poor Miss Star, Aika said, sadly, and poor Luffy, too, Nami added as she looked at Luffy, whose expression was a mix of sadness and confusion. Seeing him like this made the navigator so desperately want to hug him, but she knew that no matter how much she wanted to, she would only end up phasing through the saddened Luffy. Instead, all she could do was watch, along with the others. At that moment, Makino and an old man came out of the door. What are we going to tell him, Mayor? Whispered Makino. By the sound of her voice and the tear stains on her cheeks, it looked like she had just gotten through crying. Just tell the boy to go see his mother, like she asked, the old man, Mayor Whoop Slap, whispered back before he glanced over at Luffy, who blinked at them. Makino sighed before she put on a forced smile as she approached Luffy. Hi, Luffy, she said. Is mommy okay? Asked Luffy. Well, she's fine for now, Makino answered. Do you want to go and see her? Luffy glanced down, as if unsure, before he looked up at the woman and nodded his head before he got down and went through the door, where he found his mother, lying in a cot. Star was looking out the window, her expression seeming blank. She didn't even seem to notice her son walk in, even as he tried to climb onto the bed. However, when he began to struggle, she finally took notice of him and helped him up onto the mattress. Hi, Luffy, Star said, her voice soft and weak. Hi, Mommy, Luffy said as he looked away from her. Are you okay? Asked Star. I don't know, Luffy answered, causing Star to gently pull him into her arms. Mommy, what's going on? How come Makino and the mayor looked so sad? You could tell, couldn't you? Star asked, and Luffy nodded his head, and the Straw Hats could only watch sadly as she heaved a sigh. Luffy. Listen. This isn't going to be easy for me to say. What's wrong, Mommy? Luffy asked. Well, Luffy, Star said as she chewed her lip. I'm. Usopp and Nami were trying their damnedest not to cry. But Aika was already sobbing in Robin's arms while Kumi whined sadly. Luffy, Star said with as much courage as she possibly could, Mommy is dying, sweetie. Dying? Luffy repeated. What do you mean? Well, Luffy, Star began, it's like, I'm gonna fall asleep. Oh, Luffy realized. Well, that's okay, I guess. When you will wake up. That's the problem, Star replied. Luffy, when somebody dies, they don't wake up again. Luffy's eyes went wide in shock. They don't, he asked, ever? No, Luffy, Star said, sadly. Never again. Ah, damn it. Frankie sobbed as he tried to wipe his eyes, but the tears kept falling, and Brook wasn't too far off. Blizzard seemed to remain stoic, but he actually wanted to let out an anguished howl for Star, while Chopper was hiding his face in the wolf's fur on his stomach, unable to contain his sadness much longer. The only ones who seemed to remain stoic were Zoro and Sanji, the latter smoking his cigarette. But, what about me becoming the king of the pirates? Luffy asked. I'm sorry, Luffy, Star answered. I'm afraid I won't be a rot. Well, will you still be here for my birthday, at least? Asked Luffy. But Star didn't answer him, and that seemed to make him angry. Why, you will, right, Mommy? I'm sorry, Luffy, Star whispered as tears formed in her eyes, and soon after, Luffy's eyes began to well up too. But that's not fair, he cried, angrily. Why did this have to happen to you? Gimme one good reason why. Because, Star began, it just happens, and there's nothing anyone can do. A pause. But then Luffy sniffled before he began to break down, and at that moment, Star pulled him into a tight hug, both of them crying their hearts out. However, Star's sobs suddenly turned into another coughing fit, which caused Luffy to gasp. Mommy, he cried while Star kept coughing, and at that moment, the doctor rushed into the room. Star, he cried. It's all right, just relax. I'm sorry, Star rasped. This wouldn't have happened, Chopper began, if she had only gone to the doctor sooner. She's too far gone, now, Sanji said. There's nothing can be done. Oh, my God. Nami whispered as tears fell from her eyes. Her chest felt heavy and it hurt to the point where it felt like she couldn't even breathe. It was like watching Belmir's death all over again. Quite tragic, isn't it? The Straw Hats gasped and turned to see Cover, who glared at them. I wonder how this woman must have felt, Cover began, knowing she had such a selfish son. You, Nami hissed, angrily. Enjoying the show, Straw Hats? Cover asked with a wicked grin. Behold, his first loss. The memory shifted, and it showed Star, lying in bed. However, she looked so much worse. Her skin was pale and her face was dripping with sweat. Her eyes looked sunken in, too. It was at that moment the Straw Hats could tell. This was it. Luffy entered the room with Makino and the doctor. Go on, lad, the doctor said. Luffy nodded as he slowly approached his mother, crawling up onto the bed and sitting at her side. Star opened her eyes and, despite her current condition, smiled at her son. Happy birthday, Luffy, she whispered, hoarsely, and it was more than enough to break the Straw Hats' hearts. Damn it all. Sanji cursed. That poor woman, Zoro whispered as he looked away. Hi, Mommy. Luffy murmured, trying his hardest not to cry. I've got something for you, Star said as she held up a golden locket. Luffy took it in his hands and opened it, revealing a picture of his mother inside, beaming happily at the camera. Whenever you feel alone, just open that up and look at the stars at night, and I'll be there. Really, Mommy? Asked Luffy. You promise? I promise, Star smiled, which caused Luffy to smile back at her. Now, you be good, do you understand? Makino's going to be looking after you, from now on. That means you have to do what she says. I know it's not the same as being with me. But you love Makino, right? And she loves you, too. I know, Luffy answered, but I'm still gonna miss you, Mommy. Oh, Luffy, Star said as she gently stroked her son's cheek, which caused him to hold her hand. I'll miss you, too. Miss Star. Aika sobbed as she watched. Be strong, okay? Star asked. I'll always be watching over you, Luffy. Remember? I love you. I love you, too, Mommy, Luffy answered. And then, Star heaved a soft sigh as she closed her eyes, a peaceful smile on her face. Luffy smiled, too, at first, until he realized his mother's hand had gone cold, and she wasn't breathing either. Mommy? Luffy asked, but she didn't answer. Mommy? What's wrong? Why won't you answer me? He then started to shake her. Mommy, wake up. By now, Makino had broken down in tears while the doctor lowered his head while the Straw Hats all gaped. Not long after, the harsh reality hit Luffy. His mother was gone. Mommy, he howled before he fell upon Star's chest, sobbing as he hid his face in her bosom, knowing now that he would never feel the warmth of her loving embraces again, would never feel her tender kisses on his cheeks and forehead, again, and would never hear her contagious laughter again. The woman who had ignited his love for the sea and freedom had lost her fire. My God. Usopp whispered, sadly, poor Luffy. Nami quietly sobbed as she had her hand over her mouth, her tears falling from her eyes at full force. Robin put a hand on her shoulder in consolation, even though she herself was crying. Zoro, Sanji, Blizzard, and Brook had their heads lowered in silence while Chopper was bawling, as was Frankie, and Aika and Kumi were also sobbing as they watched the death of Luffy's mother. What made it more heartbreaking was the fact that now they were watching the memory of Star's burial. They could only watch as Luffy stood next to Makino, holding her hand as he stared at his mother's casket with a blank, emotionless expression, a sheer contrast to his bright and goofy personality, and the fact that the rain was pouring down over everything just seemed to emphasize just how gloomy that atmosphere had become. Whoop Slap even gave a small speech in memory of Star, calling her a true friend, a loving wife, and a caring mother to the very end. Even Garp was there, standing in silence. He didn't even care that he had no umbrella to shield him from the rain. Damn, Sanji cursed. Nobody should ever lose their mother at the age Luffy was. You could tell they really loved each other, very much, Robin said. Poor big brother. Aika whimpered. This is just too sad, Kumi cried. A requiem for Luffy's beloved mother, Brook whispered as he played a somber tune on his violin. After a while, the large crowd of villagers, after giving their respects and goodbyes, began to shrink until Luffy, Makino, Whoop Slap, and Garp were left. Alright, Luffy, Makino muttered, sadly, let's go. She then tried to leave, taking Luffy by the hand as she did, but the boy did not budge. He just stood there, his blank, dull eyes still staring at his mother's headstone. Come on, Luffy, Makino said. I miss her too, but we have to go now. Are you coming with us, Garp? Asked Whoop Slap. No, Garp answered. I'm gonna stay here a while. Knowing that Luffy would not leave on his own, Makino took the boy into her arms and carried him off while the mayor followed after her. Only Garp remained behind. As they watched, Aika seemed to spot a shadowy figure in the distance. Huh? She muttered. Hey, who's that? Everyone looked to where the younger D-carrier pointed and saw the same figure, standing on a hilltop. Wait a minute, Robin muttered, is that? Before she could try and make it out, the memory shifted again. Now, it was daytime, and the Straw Hats found themselves in the middle of a forest. Where's this? Asked Zoro. You idiot, Bap, aw. All of a sudden, the Straw Hats gasped as they saw Luffy get sent flying through and hitting a tree, which ended up breaking in half upon impact. Oh, my God, Nami cried. Oh, no, don't tell me, Chopper muttered. Sure enough, Garp came trudging out of the forest, cracking his knuckles. I told you, Garp began, you have to punch me harder, Luffy. But I can't punch any harder, Luffy complained. Grandpa, this is stupid, I don't want to train anymore. I'm tired and hungry and I want to go home. Quit your whining, Garp barked, causing his grandson to flinch. I don't want to hear any more sass out of you, you hear me? Luffy only sniffled as he glared up at his grandfather, who glared right back at him. Don't you look at me that way, shouted Garp. Your mother's gone now, Luffy, and that means you listen to me. I'm training you to be a Marine and that's final. I don't want to be a Marine, Luffy answered. I want to be a pirate, like Mom said I could be. Your mother didn't know what she was talking about, Garp barked. I don't care what crazy ideas she put in that thick head of yours, but you can just forget what she said. You're gonna be a Marine and you're gonna like it. Poor big brother, Aika said, sadly while Kumi whimpered worriedly. Okay, Nami said. I thought I disliked Garp before, but now, I can't stand him. You and me, both, Blizzard growled. Yeah, Frankie added. Even if Luffy did want to be a Marine, there's no way they'd actually enlist him once they figure out who his old man is. Why is he trying so hard to force Luffy to become something he's not meant to be? I think it's because Garp wants to show the government, Robin began, that even if they have the blood of a criminal, that doesn't necessarily make them evil. It doesn't matter, Zoro said. They won't listen to reason, even if Garp did vouch for Luffy. Indeed, Brook nodded. By now, Garp is just being completely asinine. Now get your little butt up, Luffy, Garp ordered. I'm not going easy on you. No, Luffy answered as he got up. I'm done. I don't want to train anymore. What did you say? Garp questioned as his grandson looked up at him with a glare in his eyes. I hate you, Grandpa, Luffy answered, with tears beginning to fall from his eyes. I wish Mom were here instead of you. The Straw Hats gasped at this, and even Garp seemed a bit taken aback by what his grandson had said, even though he tried not to show it. You think you're the first one to tell me that? He asked. Get in line, short stuff. Luffy only sniffed while the Straw Hats stared in shock at what the boy had said. Geez, Usopp said. That was a bit uncalled for, don't you think? If I had to guess, Robin began. This must have been about a few days after Star died. I think Luffy's still in the middle of trying to handle his loss. Geez, Sanji muttered. Garp didn't even give Luffy a chance to mourn his mother's death, completely. Even so, Brook started, no matter how upset you are, you should never wish death upon someone, especially your relatives. Luffy tends to get angry in order to hide his true feelings, Zoro said. I mean, look at what happened between him and Aika today. Aika looked down, rubbing her arm as Zoro said this, which caused Kumi to put her paw on her shoulder. Just then, the memory shifted again, this time showing Luffy sitting on a bed and hugging a pillow. However, this room was entirely different from his old one. He still had his old toy boat, but the other toys were different and there were no pictures. The bed was even set up a different way. Where are we now? Asked Chopper. Didn't Luffy's mother say that this Makino woman was taking care of him after she passed? Asked Blizzard. Oh, yeah, Chopper realized. So, if this is a different room, this must be Makino's house. And sure enough, Makino entered, carrying a plate of food for Luffy. Hi, Luffy, she said. Here's your lunch. I'm not hungry, Makino, Luffy answered. Not hungry? Makino asked in surprise as she set the plate aside. Luffy, I've never known you to lose your appetite. Well, except when you eat too much candy. What's going on? Is everything okay? I said something bad, Luffy said. What do you mean, something bad? Asked Makino. What happened? I think I hurt Grandpa's feelings, today, Luffy answered. I told him I hated him. And that I wished Mom were still here instead of him. Luffy. Makino gasped. I didn't mean it, Luffy exclaimed. I was just upset. I understand, Makino said, but still, Luffy. That's your grandfather. The only one you have. I know he's not being the best person to you, right now, but he loves you and he only wants what's best for you. Maybe I'll go and apologize to him, tomorrow, Luffy said. That's a start, Makino smiled as she gently pet the boy on the head. Now, why don't you have something to eat? I feel like you'll have a clearer head with a full tummy. Luffy was about to protest, but then his stomach made an audible grumble, which caused Makino and even the Straw Hats to chuckle. That's one thing about Luffy that'll never change, Sanji smiled. Definitely, Blizzard agreed. Makino handed Luffy his food, which he began to eat vigorously, but then stopped as he looked up at Makino, who blinked up at him in confusion. What is it, Luffy? She asked. Thank you, which caused Makino to smile at him. Of course, she answered, which caused the Straw Hats to smile. Miss Makino is so nice, Aika said. She sure is, Kumi exclaimed. No wonder Luffy's mom asked her to take care of him, Usopp said. Aside from Star, Makino knows Luffy more than anybody else. Luffy's second mother, so to speak, Robin added. Just then, the memory shifted once more, and it showed Luffy and Makino in some sort of bar. The former taking some dishes from the tables and handing them to her. "Thank you, Luffy," Makino said as she took the plates and cups. "You've been such a big help to me here in the tavern." She. Luffy laughed. "How are you feeling?" Makino asked. "Still a little sad," Luffy answered. "I know it's been a few days but—" "I know," Makino said as she gently cupped his chin with her hand. "Your mother was like my big sister, you know. I miss her just as much as you do. But we both know she's in a better place now. She's no longer in any pain, and that's something we should be thankful for." Luffy smiled at this, as did the Straw Hats. However, the tender moment was short-lived, for Luffy gasped upon hearing rather loud footsteps approaching. It didn't take a genius to know that it was Garp. As quick as a flash, Luffy ran and hid behind the counter, then turned to Makino with a finger to his lips, telling her to keep quiet, causing her to nod subtly as she turned to face Garp, who sat at the bar. "Hello, Garp," Makino answered, and she only got a grumble in response. "What can I get for you today?" "I'll take a bottle of rum Clement, Makino," Garp answered. "In fact, I'll take 3 bottles to go." "3 bottles?" asked Makino. "What's the occasion?" "I'm leaving," Garp answered. "Again?" Makino queried. "Yeah, I'm heading for the Grand Line, first thing tomorrow morning," Garp replied. "They need me down there." "Well, how long are you going to be gone?" Makino inquired. "A few weeks? A month?" "A year," Garp answered. "What?" Makino questioned. "Wait, a year?" Chopper asked. "Why is he leaving for a whole year?" Ika asked. "He is a vice admiral of the Marines," Ika, Sanji answered. "Obviously, he gets called away a lot. It's all part of his position." And you're going to say goodbye to Luffy?" asked Makino. "Faye," Garp scoffed. "I think Luffy would be glad to know I'm gonna be gone for a year. The kid won't miss me. He told me himself, he hates me." If Garp had only looked over the counter, he would have seen Luffy's guilt-ridden face. "Garp," Makino said, sadly. "Luffy didn't mean what he said. He's just still upset because his mother is gone, and you just throwing him into training again didn't help at all." "You think he's the only one who misses her?" Garp questioned as he pounded his fist against the counter, causing some of the Straw Hats to jump in surprise. "Damn it, Makino, I miss Star, too. I'm just trying to show Luffy how to tough it out and be a man, that's all." "He's just a child, Garp," Makino said. "It takes longer for him to handle a loss as big as this. In fact, it might be years before he's actually over it." "She's right," Nami answered. "I didn't get over Belmere until after my village was freed." "He should have given Luffy just a little more time," Usopp added. "Just look after Luffy for me while I'm gone," the old vice admiral said, "please." Of course, Makino nodded, and after she gave Garp his bottles of rum, he turned and walked out the tavern, and at that moment, Luffy looked up at his current guardian, who glanced down at him and smiled. "Go to him," she whispered, and no sooner had she said that, Luffy ran out the door. Thankfully, Garp wasn't too far away. "Grandpa," Luffy called, causing Garp to turn and look at him. "Luffy?" asked Garp. "What are you doing here?" A pause. But then Luffy ran up and wrapped his tiny arms around Garp's thigh. It was almost awkward, given how puny he looked, compared to his grandfather. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." Luffy sniffled. "I don't hate you." The Straw Hats stood silently, anticipating what Garp would do next. Then, he saw him raise his hand, and at first, they thought that he was going to hit him. But then, the old Marine simply patted Luffy on the head, causing the boy to look up at his grandfather's grinning face. "You may be a pain," Garp began, "but you're still my grandson. I couldn't stay mad at ya, Luffy, no matter what you said or did." Luffy smiled at this, and the Straw Hats all heaved sighs of relief. "Okay, I'll admit," Zoro said. "Even I was a little worried there." "Thank goodness that didn't end on a sour note," Nami added. "But listen up, Luffy," Garp began, "don't you start slacking off, just because I'm not around. You focus on getting stronger, do you understand? If you won't do it for me, do it for your mother. She'd want you to grow up big and strong, you hear?" Luffy nodded his head in understanding. "Okay, Grandpa," he told him, "I will." "Atta boy," Garp praised, and the Straw Hats couldn't help but feel their hearts swell. "Garp really did mean well," Sanji said. "He really does love Luffy," Frankie added. It's just that he's got a funny way of showing it. Garp knows how Luffy is, too. Brook spoke. It's good to see that he wasn't a total asshole. Zoro chimed in. He was still an ass, though. Zoro? Nami scolded. What? Zoro questioned. Just saying. Once more, the memory shifted again, and it showed Luffy in the bar with Makino, again. Geez, why does Luffy have to hang out in this place? Zoro asked. Can't get a drink or anything. Hush, Nami demanded. Once again, the bar was empty, and Luffy was helping Makino with cleaning up the tables. It's been about a few weeks now, since Garp's been gone, said Makino. Yeah, Luffy answered. Do you miss him? Asked Makino. A little, Luffy replied, but I know he's not gone forever. Just for a year. Makino? Yes. A year isn't too long. Right? Makino chuckled before she gently pet Luffy's hair. No, Luffy, a year isn't too long at all, she said. At least not as long as you might think. Time flies when you least expect it. Luffy smiled at Makino, as did the Straw Hats. However, once again, the moment was interrupted when they heard the sound of someone screaming through the streets. Pirates! Pirates are coming! Run for your lives! Makino gasped upon hearing that while Luffy looked back in curiosity. Then, without warning, she grabbed Luffy and ran behind the counter before she set him down. Stay here with me, okay? Makino asked. And whatever you do, do not come out. Oh okay, Luffy nodded. Geez, Garp leaves, and already somebody's trying to invade the place, Sanji exclaimed. I don't think so, Aika said. I don't sense any bad intentions. Really? Usopp asked. Wait. Hold up. If that's true, then that might mean. Before could contemplate what Aika happened, the door suddenly opened, and in walked a group of men, all of them walking tall with pride and purpose. And leading the bunch was a red-haired man in a black cape and a straw hat. The Straw Hats all gaped, save for Aika and Kumi, for they knew exactly who it was. Who was the scruffy-looking man? Asked Aika. And how come he's wearing Big Brother's hat? Scruffy-looking? Usopp questioned. Aika, don't tell us you don't know who red-haired Shanks is. Aika only shook her head no, as did Kumi. Well, Aika, Robin began. Shanks is one of the 4 emperors. Currently, that is. As for why he's wearing your brother's hat. Well, actually, it used to belong to him, first. Wait, really? Aika questioned. How did that happen? Well, you'll see, Nami answered. Just watch. Shanks approached the counter, where Makino was pretending to clean out a glass. Pardon me, miss, he said with a surprising tone of politeness that caught Makino off guard. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? Yes, I am, Makino answered. Who are you? Permit me to introduce myself, Shanks said. I am red-haired Shanks. I see, Side I help you today, sir. Well, as the captain of the red-haired pirates, Shanks began. I'd like to say that my men and I don't plan on being a nuisance to you or this fine village. All we ask is that we simply take shelter here for the time being. Of course, we're also willing to pay for food and beverages. I see, Makino said. Behind the counter, Luffy gaped upon hearing the word, pirates, in the man's sentence while Makino went to serve him. He wasn't really scared, per se, but in fact, he became rather interested. So much, he ended up peeking around the corner to just get a look at him. However, Makino noticed this and gasped silently. Luffy, what are you doing? She whispered. Get back here, right now. Oh, it's all right, miss, Shanks replied. We don't bite. Are you his mother? No, I'm not, Makino answered. His mother passed, a month ago. Oh, Shanks said in realization. I'm sorry about that. Hey, mister, Luffy spoke up, getting his attention. Are you really a pirate? Sure as shootin' kid, Shanks grinned as he gestured to his crew. Me and my men, here. Wow. Luffy whispered. If you guys are pirates, that means you probably went on all kinds of adventures, right? Well, a few, here and there, Shanks said, almost modestly. Cool, Luffy exclaimed. Hey, can I hear about one, please? Of course, Shanks answered. Have a seat. What's your name? It's Luffy, Luffy exclaimed. Monkey D. Luffy. Shanks' eyes seemed to go wide before he gave a grin. D, huh? He muttered. Well, ain't that something? Well, anyway, have a seat, Luffy. Luffy nodded before he eagerly sat in a chair at the bar while Makino smiled. Let me see, Shanks said, scratching his chin in thought. What could I tell you about? Oh, I got one. Listen to this. My men and I were out at sea, just going on a regular voyage, just minding on our business, when all of a sudden, a huge sea king comes bursting out of the water. Luffy gasped in shock. No way, he exclaimed. How big was it? About twice as big as our own ship, Shanks answered. With glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. Why, it could swallow us up, whole, if we hadn't fought back quick enough. As Shanks continued to tell the tale of the epic battle against the Sea King, the Straw Hats had noticed that Luffy's smile grew broadly with eagerness and renewed vigor. It was enough to get them to smile, too. Star might have lit the fire for Luffy's dream, but it was Shanks who made that fire stronger after his mother passed. So that's how he and Shanks met, Nami smiled. HMPH, Zoro grinned. That's Luffy, always full of surprises. And it was because of Shanks that Luffy was able to overcome the loss of his mother, Blizzard added. So now what's gonna happen? Asked Kumi. I think we're about to find out, Chopper answered. Look. The Straw Hats found themselves standing on the deck of a ship. But not just any kind. The moment they saw the black flag that carried the mark the red-haired pirates, they realized they were on the Red Force, and by the looks of all the crates, barrels, and treasure chests on the ship, it looked like the crew had just gotten back from a raid. Must have been quite a haul, that day, Robin noted. Yeah, look at all that stuff, Sanji said. Spices, alcohol, preserves. They even have quite a load of treasure, too. Yeah, I know, Nami replied, fighting every fiber of her being not to lunge at the treasure chests in a mad frenzy, knowing that she would just phase right through them. Hey, where is Luffy? Anyways, Usopp asked. Hey, what are you doing up there, Luffy? A pirate suddenly called, and immediately, all eyes turned to the figurehead. Where Luffy stood, holding up a dagger. Oh, good lord, what is he doing now? Nami muttered with dread. Okay, you guys. Watch this. Luffy declared. I'm done joking around, I'll show you what real bravery is. Go on, then, said Shanks, mockingly, we're waiting. What is he talking about? Ika asked. Hold it, Usopp said as he watched Luffy. Where is he putting that knife? Wait. Don't tell me. Blizzard whispered. Snick. Luffy, though as hesitant as he was, actually pierced the knife through the skin under his left eye before letting out a blood-curdling scream, to everyone's shock. Ah! Chopper shrieked with his eyes bugging out of his head. He stabbed himself under his eye. Good heavens! Brook cried. Of course it would be self-inflicted, Zoro groaned, slapping his palm against his forehead. You dumb ass! Shanks shouted, although the Straw Hats could tell that his anger was only there to hide his concern. What are you doing? Wahhhhh. Luffy cried in pain. It huuuuuuuurrrts. Of course it wowed hurt, you little idiot, Frankie shouted. Why would Luffy do something so crazy? Chopper questioned. He could have lost his eye. That's Luffy, Nami said. Always crazy. So that's how Big Brother got that scar, Ika said. Don't you go getting any ideas, Missy, Sanji shouted. Please don't, Kumi cried. The memory soon shifted, and before the Straw Hats knew it, they found themselves in Makino's party's bar, once again, where the red-haired pirates were celebrating. This place, again? Zoro groaned. Easy, Zoro, Robin said as she put her hand on her boyfriend's shoulder. To Luffy's air. Courage. One pirate declared as he raised a tankard of booze. And to our next voyage. Let's all drink in celebration, another shouted. Ah, Luffy grinned, a bandage under his left eye, and it was clear by the look on his face that he had been crying. That didn't hurt at all. You little liar, Shanks retorted. Don't do anything so heinous again, hear me? The Straw Hats blinked at the Emperor in slight surprise at how unnerved he was. I'm not afraid to get hurt, Luffy said. Next time, take me out to sea with you guys. I want to be a pirate, too. Ha! Shanks laughed. Yeah, right. You can't handle being a pirate, Luffy. Besides, you can't even swim. That's only half true, Sanji added. Wait, Big Brother couldn't swim, even before he got his devil fruit? Ika asked. Apparently, Brook answered. As long as I just stay on the ship, I'll be okay, Luffy reassured. PSH, Zoro scoffed. Please, he can't even do that. Tell me about it, Blizzard murmured in irritation, remembering all the times Luffy fell overboard and one of the Straw Hats had to fish him out of the sea, then squeeze his waterlogged stomach to get the water out. I can fight good, too, Luffy added as he threw a punch. I've been training since I was 4 years old, and now my punch is as strong as a pistol shot. Is that so? Shanks asked with a bit of a deadpan tone. What is that supposed to mean? Luffy questioned. Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you, Shanks. Answer me, damn it. Geez, Luffy seemed so mild-mannered back when his mom was around, Usopp noted. Now, when he's hanging around with Shanks, he's a foul-mouthed, short-tempered kid. Just goes to show you how much someone can influence somebody. Wow, Ika said. I thought Shanks was nice, but he seems pretty mean to Big Brother, like Mr. Garp. I don't think he means it, Ika, Robin said. Garp was abusive. Shanks, on the other hand, is just teasing Luffy, but he actually means well. Yeah, it's the same with me, Frankie said. My mentor, Tom, used to tease me a lot when I was a kid. Usopp suddenly gasped as another pirate suddenly entered the scene. Oh, my God, he whispered. That's my dad. Indeed it was. Usopp grinned as he ruffled Luffy's hair, causing him to grumble in irritation. Come on, Luffy, buck up, he exclaimed. Yeah, be happy to face anything, added another pirate. The life of a pirate is one of a kind, exclaimed Lucky Roo, who was eating a hunk of meat. The sea is grand and vast, declared a fourth pirate. Go out and seek adventure of all kinds. Nothing is greater than freedom. Hearing this only caused Luffy to beam in excitement while Shanks rolled his eyes. Come on, you guys, don't encourage him, Shanks said. Why not, boss? Asked Lucky Roo. It's the truth, ain't it? Look, Luffy, Shanks said as he turned to face the boy. The truth of the matter is you're just too young to be on a pirate ship. Wait until, I dunno, 10 years, and then I just might consider bringing you along on my next voyage. Why does that sound familiar? Ika asked. Well, Ika, maybe now you see Luffy gets so worked up when you try to get yourself involved in fights, all the time, Blizzard said. Strong or not, it's dangerous for a kid to be out at sea. But Kumi and I are with you guys, Ika answered, and we're still kids. Well, Ika, that's different, Robin replied. We took you and Kumi with us because you didn't trust the Marines. Plus, since we found out you're Luffy's sister, it would be too cruel just to drop you off somewhere. And besides, we love having you guys around, Chopper added. That's true, Ika smiled. Damn it, I'm not a little kid, Luffy pouted. I'm a man. Calm down, Shanks said as he gave Luffy a glass of orange juice. Here, have some juice. Oh, wow. Luffy grinned as he took the glass. Thanks, Shanks. He then began to take a sip, and not long after, Shanks began to burst into laughter while slapping his hand on the counter. I don't know any man who drinks juice, he shouted, and that got Luffy all riled up again. Damn it, you tricked me again, Luffy yelled, and even the Straw Hats couldn't help snickering, except for Chopper, Ika, and Kumi. I drink juice, Ika said. Yeah, what's so bad about it? Chopper asked. It's a complicated thing, Zoro answered. Simmer down, Luffy, said another pirate as he put his hand on Luffy's shoulder, causing the boy to look up at him. Oh, Robin realized. I think that's Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. He looks really strong, Ika noted. Oh, of course, Brooke exclaimed. Ben Beckman is among the strongest members of red-haired Shanks' crew. It's not fair, Ben, Luffy said. How come Shanks always picks on me? I'm trying to show him I'm grown up enough for him to take me out to sea. I even stabbed myself and he still won't take me seriously. Don't take it so hard, Ben said. You gotta understand, Luffy, the captain's not teasing you to be an ass. He really does care for ya. Oh, yeah? Luffy asked, incredulously. How? Luffy, the life of a pirate is an exciting one, that much is true, Ben told him, but it's also full of danger, to make you see that. I don't see how, Luffy remarked. All he does is tease me. As he said this, Shanks turned to him and stuck his tongue at him. Anchor, he said. You see what I mean? Luffy questioned. The Straw Hats couldn't help chuckling, despite this. I can kinda understand where Shanks is coming from, Nami said, even though he does have a funny way of showing it. I still don't understand, Aika said. Shanks is trying to discourage Luffy from going out to sea at his current age, Sanji pouted. Sure, he could have gone about that another way, but still, his heart was in the right place. Oh, Aika realized. I see now. At that moment, Makino walked in, holding a barrel full of beer. Goodness, she said. You all seem lively, don't you? The way she greeted the pirates showed that the bartender had gotten used to their presence and welcomed them as if they were lifelong friends, a deep contrast to how she viewed them back when they first met. Well, Makino, what can I say? Asked Shanks as he pointed at Luffy. Making fun of this kid puts a smile on my face. Luffy only pouted at this. Oh, Luffy, don't fuss, Makino said. How about I make you some steak? Ooh, Luffy chirped, his mood shifting from happy to sad almost instantly. Yes, please. That changed his mood quick. Nami smiled. Seriously, Frankie added. Doesn't take much to make Luffy, Sanji said. Just say you'll feed him and he's grateful to you, forever. She, Aika giggled. Silly big brother. And just how are you going to pay for your food, Luffy? Shanks asked. Oh, I'm gonna pay Makino back with my treasure tab, Luffy answered. When I become a pirate, I'll pay her back with all the treasure I find. So you're scamming the poor woman? Asked Shanks, jokingly. I'm not, Luffy argued. Makino understands, don't you, Makino? Of course I do, Makino answered. I hope you do pay me back, soon. The Straw Hats could tell by the sound of her voice that she didn't really mind getting paid back or not. Just like Star, the fact that Luffy was happy was good enough for her. Within minutes, Makino put down a steak for Luffy, who licked his lips before he began to eat. Hey, Shanks, Luffy said with his mouth full. Yeah? Asked Shanks. How long are you guys gonna be staying, this time? Oh, I dunno. It's been nearly a year now since we first got here. I think we'll take a couple more voyages before we split this place for good and head out north. They've been there for nearly a whole year, now? Usopp questioned. Sheesh, Sanji exclaimed. You'd think that if some pirates were taking shelter at the home base of a vice admiral, someone would take notice by then. Well, Garp was gone for a whole year, Nami said. Plus, I think he was the only marine there. That would make sense, Robin added. Oh, Luffy muttered, distantly. Almost sad, and hearing that downhearted tone in his voice caused the Straw Hats to look at him worriedly. Oh, no, Aika said. Big brother sounds lonely again. Even if Shanks did tease him, Blizzard started. He was probably the closest thing Luffy had to a best friend. Without him around, who's he gonna hang out with? Not those kids who were always running away from him. Garp, because the guy practically beats him up every time he shows his face around him, even if he does mean well. Poor Luffy, Chopper said. I know how he feels. I almost wish Shanks took Luffy with him, Nami said. At least then, he wouldn't be lonely. Maybe so, Zoro started, but Luffy's far too young and he's probably still trying to get over the loss of his mother, even if Shanks is there. I guess you're right about that, Nami said, solemnly. Well, that's okay, Luffy said, trying to hide his disappointment. I'll have learned how to swim by the time you get back. Sure you will, Shanks rolled his eyes. By now, Luffy had finished up his steak, but as usual, he was still hungry. That's when his eyes fell upon something next to him. An open treasure chest of some sort, and inside it was some sort of fruit. It looked like a melon, but it was lavender in color with these peculiar swirls. He blinked curiously before he shrugged, picked it up, and took a bite. And almost instantly, he grimaced and his face turned a sickly green. Yet despite that, Luffy kept eating it. Geez, Kumi said. That must not have tasted very good. And yet, Luffy's still eating it anyway, Blizzard pointed out. I swear, his appetite amazes me, sometimes. Hey, Nami said. What's that Luffy's eating? Wait, is that? Sanji questioned. What is it? Aika asked. What's wrong? I think that's the, Robin started, but before she could finish her sentence, the door was suddenly kicked off its hinges, causing everyone to turn and see a group of men, the one leading them being rather tall with tanned skin, wearing a brown coat, and a rather disheveled appearance. Excuse me, said the man in a deep, gruff voice as he and his group barged in. HMPH. So, these are pirates, huh? Look pretty dumb to me. Who the hell is this loser? Zoro asked. Looks like some common thug to me, Sanji answered while Blizzard growled at the man's appearance. We're mountain bandits, said the man as he approached the bar. Just relax. We're not here to start something, miss. We'll just take about 10 barrels of booze to go and we won't hurt anybody. Much. He then snickered, as did his men, while Sanji sneered. Damn no-necked bastard, Sanji cursed. That's not how you speak to a lady. Sanji, calm down, Nami said. Remember, this is a memory. There's nothing we can do here except watch. I am sorry, sir, Makino answered, trying her hardest not to show any fear. I'm afraid we're all out of liquor. Almost instantly, the man's demeanor changed as he glanced at Shanks and his crew. Is that right? He queried. Well then what are these idiots drinking? Doesn't look like water to me. Well, you see, Makino began. I gave the last of the liquor to them. It's true, Shanks spoke up, nonchalantly. I'm afraid my men and I cleaned the place out. Sorry about that. The man sneered at the red-haired captain, who held up an opened bottle of rum. Here, you can have this, Shanks said. I was saving this for myself, but I think you should have it. Smash. As quick as a flash, the man backhanded the bottle, smashing it and sending booze and shards of glass all over the floor and counter. Luffy yelped as he shielded himself from the glass while Makino, as well as the Straw Hats, gasped in shock. Even Chopper, Aika, and Kumi, out of instinct, ducked behind the older members in fright, even though the glass shards phased right through them. Well, that was quite unnecessary, Brook exclaimed. Oh, man, Usopp muttered. I got a bad feeling about this. What kind of idiot do you take me for? Asked the bandit. What good is one bottle of rum, huh? Everyone looked over at Shanks, who had his eyes covered by his hat. But then, he sighed as he raised his head, revealing a disappointed look. Oh, look at this mess you made, he said, to the Straw Hat's surprise. Is he serious? Chopper asked. He's not gonna punch him or anything, Aika questioned, but why? Because it's not worth it, that's why, Sanji answered as he blew out a puff of smoke. I'm sure back then, Shanks was a very powerful pirate. Which is why he wouldn't waste his time with this moron. Let me show you something, said the bandit leader as he put down a wanted poster with his face on it. Higuma the bear bounty. 8 million berries. I'm a wanted criminal, you know, said Higuma. I've killed 56 people. Especially idiots like you. 8 million? Aika asked before she pouted. That's not so big. Why gloat about that? The East Blue is known as the weakest corner of the sea, that's why, Robin replied. Normally, bounties range between 1–4 million. That's why this Higuma person is boasting so much. You best watch your back, pirate, Higuma warned, because if you won't live to see another day. I suggest you get back on your little boat and get out of here so I never have to see your face again. That clear? Shanks didn't answer. In fact, he didn't even acknowledge him. He just quietly picked up some broken glass. Here, Makino, he said. Let me clean this up for you. Oh, please, Makino exclaimed. Captain, don't trouble yourself, all. Without a single warning, Higuma drew his saber and slashed an entire row of bottles off the counter, soaking Shanks and sending glass shards almost everywhere. You like cleaning, huh? Higuma asked. Well here, have another mess to clean up. He then turned to leave with his men following after him. You guys are nothing but a bunch of jokes. As soon as they were out of the bar, Makino ran over to Shanks, putting a hand on his shoulder, worriedly. Captain, she said. Are you all right? Not a problem in the world, Makino, Shanks said. Before he snickered, and soon after, he and his whole crew exploded into laughter. That guy sure got you good, boss, Usopp exclaimed. Talk about a loser, added another. That Shanks is something else, Nami smiled. You got that right, Zoro agreed. He could tell that idiot was nothing but a bunch of talk. That's why he didn't fight back. What are you all laughing at? Shouted Luffy, who stood on the stool. You think that was funny? He made you look like a bunch of idiots, and here you are, laughing about it. And you call yourselves pirates? He was right. You guys are a bunch of jokes. Whoa. Usopp whispered. Now that was very uncalled for, Brook said. Now that doesn't sound like the Luffy we know and love, at all, added Blizzard, sounding utterly disappointed and a little shocked, too. "Hey, simmer down, Luffy," Shanks answered. "It's nothing to get worked up over. The guy just spilled some booze on me." "Whatever," Luffy said as he jumped down from his stool. "Don't ever talk to me, I'll find a new role model." "Ah, calm down," Shanks said as he grabbed his arm. "Get back, here." Before anyone realized it, Luffy's arm stretched a considerable length, and upon hearing everyone's gasps, Luffy suddenly took notice, too. Did he just?" Nami whispered. "Yep, I knew it," Sanji muttered. "That fruit was eating was the gum-gum fruit." "What the hell?" one of the pirates questioned in disbelief. "His arm just stretched," exclaimed another. "Wait, don't tell me he," added a third. "What's happening to me?" Luffy cried in comical horror. "Boss!" Lucky Roo cried. "It's gone. The gum-gum fruit that we stole from that enemy ship, it's gone." "You mean?" Shanks whispered. Lucky Roo called as he held up a sketch of said devil fruit. "You didn't eat this fruit, did you?" "Why yeah, I did," Luffy answered. "I thought it was dessert. It tasted pretty nasty, though." Before he could elaborate further, Shanks suddenly grabbed the boy by his face. "Luffy, you just ate the gum-gum fruit," he shouted. "Part of a group called the Devil Fruits. Eat any one of them causes you to lose your ability to swim for the rest of your life, but the one you ate turns your body to rubber." Luffy gasped in horror at this. "No way," he shrieked. "It's CANT." "You dumb ass," Shanks yelled. "Oh, my goodness," Nami muttered. "Poor Luffy." "I had the same reaction when I ate my devil fruit," Robin said. "Same here," Chopper added. "And I, as well," Brook spoke. "Me, too," Aika chimed in as she looked down at her hands, which she momentarily transformed into paws before changing them back to human hands. But then, the memory faded away into the darkness. "Hey, what happened?" Usopp asked. "Why'd it go black all of a sudden? Was the shock so bad that Luffy fainted?" "No, I think it stopped because we got all the information we need here," Nami said. "Still, that was surprising," Aika said. "How Big Brother got that scar under his eye and how he got his powers. I'm still trying to process all this." "That was pretty crazy, wasn't it?" Kumi asked. "I don't think it's over yet," Frankie said. "Look." Sure enough, the darkness fled, showing a new memory this time. Luffy was walking down the street as usual, and he seemed surprisingly cheery, despite what happened in the bar. The Straw Hats could see the Red Force behind him, so either the red-haired pirates hadn't left yet or they were preparing to leave. As Luffy walked, he gasped as he spotted someone up ahead. The children he met back when he was 4. They also looked a little older and were playing a game of hot potato in the street. "Oh, no," Usopp said. "It's those brats, again. Why would Big Brother go to them?" asked Aika. "He knows they don't like him." "It's because he's so desperate for friends," Chopper said. "Sadly, I know what that's like." "Hey, guys," Luffy called to the children, who all cringed upon hearing his voice. "Oh, great, it's the village freak, again," muttered the girl. "Quick," said the boy with auburn hair. "Let's get out of here. Maybe we can lose him before he gets here." "Too late," answered the boy with dark blue hair. "Here he comes now." "Hey, guys," Luffy said as he approached him. "What do you want?" asked the dark blue-haired boy. "You come to break my arm again?" Luffy seemed a bit hurt by that, but he quickly grinned at him. "Look, I'm really sorry I hurt you," Luffy said. "Like we care," said the lavender-haired boy. "Go and bother your pirate friends instead. Monsters should stay with monsters." "Little jerks," Frankie sneered. "He already apologized. Why can't you just accept him already?" Blizzard growled viciously, remembering how he was treated by the local dogs on Rivet Island. "That's not very nice," Aika said. "Sadly, he just wants to be friends." "I just wanted to show you guys something cool," Luffy exclaimed. "This better be good," said the auburn-haired boy, crossing his arms in irritation. "Okay, watch this," Luffy said before he grabbed his cheeks and stretched them far apart. "See? Ta-da!" The kids all gasped in horror at what they were seeing. "Look, I'm made of rubber now," Luffy exclaimed. "Isn't that cool? Now nothing can hurt me as much." A pause, but then the kids screamed and ran off. "Monster!" they cried. "Get him away from us!" the blonde-haired girl yelled. I thought he was a freak before, the dark blue-haired boy shouted, but now he really is one. Don't go near him, or you might turn into rubber, too, the lavender-haired boy screamed. And Luffy could only watch as they ran away from him, again. The adults around him watched sadly. Not again, a man whispered. Poor Luffy, a woman said. Why can't they just give him a chance? It's like it got worse ever since his mother passed, added another man. Oh, Luffy, Nami said, worriedly, the poor thing, Robin whispered. Damn those little bastards, Frankie cursed. It cannot be helped, Brooke said. It seems no matter what he does, Mr. Luffy will never be accepted by those children. He then sighed. The poor lad. Luffy sniffled and wiped his eyes before he turned and walked away. He didn't go very far, just went to the nearest pier and sat down on the planks, watching the water ripple. He then looked up at the sky where he watched a flock seagulls fly away. At least they have friends, the boy said before he looked down. I have nobody. That's not really true, you know. Luffy looked up to see Shanks, who smiled warmly at him as he walked up to him. The boy only sneered before he looked away from him, obviously still a bit peeved after what happened in the tavern. Shanks didn't seem to care, though, but instead sat down next to the 7-year-old. I saw how those kids were treating you, he said, causing Luffy to look up at him. I'm sorry about that, Luffy. I just thought that. If I showed them my new powers, Luffy said, that they'd think I was cool and they'd want to hang out with me. Makino told me about those kids, Shanks said. They said they always run away from you. Do you still try and be friends with them? Why? Because I don't know who else to turn to, Luffy answered. Makino's nice and all. But she's not into all the stuff that I'm into, plus she's busy with her bar. My grandpa's hardly around and whenever he does come and see me, all he does is beat me up, throw me off cliffs, tie me up to balloons, and leaves me in the forest to get eaten by animals. The only one who would ever play with me was. Your mother? Shanks concluded, and Luffy nodded his head. My mom always made me feel better when something like this happened, he said, but now that she's gone. I understand, Shanks replied as he looked up at the sky. I think you're lucky, Shanks, Luffy said. You're surrounded by your crew and they all get to have fun with you. Yeah, Shanks said. Sometimes they're a pain, but I love them all, too. He then sighed. It's too bad that someday I might have to say goodbye to them. What makes you say that? Luffy asked. Well, Luffy, Shanks began, sometimes when a pirate crew is all done with their adventures, they go their separate ways. Sure, it's sad, but that's why I always cherish whatever moments I have with my crew. If I became a pirate, Luffy began, do you think I'll get some friends? The Straw Hats felt their hearts go out to their captain as he asked this, and Shanks chuckled as he gently ruffled Luffy's hair. Well, maybe, he said before he gave a playful smirk. I still don't think you have what it takes, though. Oh, come on, that doesn't help, Luffy complained. It really doesn't, Nami agreed. Still, it was kind of Shanks to at least try and comfort him, Robin added. The memory shifted, once more, and the Straw Hats once again were in the party's bar, where it was just Luffy and Makino, the former holding a glass in his mouth. Shanks and his crew sure have been gone a while, said Luffy. Do you miss them? Makino asked. Of course I don't miss them, Luffy answered. Especially after what those bandits did. He then took out an ice cube from the glass and chomped on it. I really misjudged Shanks. He and his crew really a bunch of losers. You'd think he'd change his tune about them after Shanks went out of his way to make him feel better that day, Usopp sneered. That's Luffy, Sanji said. Always stubborn. Well, I thought they were very brave, said Makino. It takes a lot for someone not to get angry and fight back, you know. You don't know what you're talking about, Makino, said Luffy. A real man would stand for himself, not let himself get humiliated like that. Is that right? Asked Makino. Well, I guess I really don't know, then. No, you don't, Luffy answered. Make way for the terror of the Highlands. Luffy and Makino both looked up, only to gasp upon seeing Higuma and his gang, again. So, those pirate bastards aren't here, are they? Asked Higuma. HMPH, smells a lot better in here without them. What are you all doing here? Makino asked. Well, we were just in the area, said Higuma, so we figured we'd just stop by and say, hello. He then sat down in a chair and propped his feet up on the table. So, are you just gonna stand there and gawk at us? We're customers and we demand service? Sanji growled as he attempted to attack Higuma, but once again, Nami stopped him and shook her head, reminding him there was nothing he could do, to the cook's anger. Luffy only watched as Makino begrudgingly began to serve the bandits. After she had gotten them their drinks, they began to talk amongst themselves. "Hey, speaking of those pirates," said one bandit, "did you see their faces the other day?" "Huh?" Higuma laughed. "How could I forget? I broke a bottle over that guy's head, and he didn't say one word of protest. How pathetic, right boys?" The bandits only guffawed while Luffy scowled at them. "Cowards like that make me want to puke," Higuma said. "I wanted to kill that bastard. Those pirates were nothing but a bunch of talk." "You take that back." The Straw Hats and Makino gasped while Higuma glanced back and saw Luffy, who was seething at them. "Take back what you said, right now," Luffy yelled. "Take it back, damn it." "Luffy, stop it," Makino cried as she tried to hold him back. "Shanks is not a coward, you jerk," Luffy barked. "Don't you dare badmouth him in front of me." "Oh, my god," Nami whispered in awe. "Wait, I don't understand," Aika said. "Why would Big Brother stand up for Mr. Shanks when he was just insulting him, not too long ago?" "Insulting the person you respect is one thing," Usopp answered, "but it's when someone else insults him, that's a different matter." "Yeah," Frankie said. "I mean, sure, I used to talk trash about Iceberg all the time, but when someone else badmouthed him, I beat him to a pulp." "Excuse me?" Higuma asked as he approached Luffy. "What did you say to me, you little punk?" "You heard me," Luffy hissed. "Take back what you said, right now." "And what are you gonna do if I don't?" asked Higuma, who got his answer when Luffy hawked a loogie and spat in his face. "That did it." Higuma growled as he grabbed Luffy by the throat, causing him to cry out in surprise. "Luffy!" Makino cried as Higuma threw him to the floor. "You little piece of shit!" The bandit leader shouted as he pinned Luffy down. "Spit on my face, will you?" He then punched the boy across the face. But to his surprise, his fist bounced right off him. "Huh? Hey!" Luffy smirked, which made Higuma growl as he began to punch Luffy again, but still, they had no effect. "Damn it, what the hell is up with this kid?" Higuma questioned as he kept trying to punch Luffy, but still, they had no effect on him. "My punches just keep bouncing off of him." "What did you expect from a kid made of rubber?" asked Blizzard. "Stop it," Makino cried as she tried to help Luffy. "Leave him alone, he's just a child, oof." Higuma suddenly got up and punched her across the face, causing her to stumble back and fall to the floor, and it took everything Sanji had not to try and attack Higuma, knowing that it would be futile. "Stay out of this, you bitch," Higuma barked as he grabbed Luffy. "All right, brat. How about I take you outside and teach you some manners? Let's go, boys." On that, the bandits filed outside, carrying Luffy with them, and then, Higuma threw the boy down to the ground. "Big brother," Aika cried, only for Robin to grab her and cover her eyes. "Don't look, Aika," Robin answered. "Kumi, don't you look, either," Blizzard added as he covered the pup's eyes with his paw. "I don't care much in politeness, runt," Higuma said. "However, if you apologize, I might just forgive you." "Not until you apologize first," Luffy shouted. "Apologize for what you said about Shanks." "Still running your mouth, are you?" Higuma questioned as he kicked Luffy in the stomach, and the other bandits attempted to join in, but their kicks and stomps did nothing to Luffy's rubbery body. Still, the sight made the Straw Hats angry. "How could they just gang up on him like that?" Nami questioned. "Disgraceful," Brook added. "Thank goodness Luffy had his powers back then," Chopper said. "Otherwise, he would have suffered a lot of broken bones." "I can hear, you know," Aika cried. "Why isn't Luffy using any of his moves?" Frankie questioned. "He just got his devil fruit, genius," Zoro replied. "He hasn't figured them out, yet." "HMPH," Higuma scoffed as he picked Luffy up and stretched his cheek. "You got a weird body, kid. Our punches or kicks don't work on you, at all." "Damn you!" Luffy cursed. "Take back what you said." He then tried to punch Higuma in the face, but he simply moved his head out of the way. "You jerkface." "I guess there really are some strange creatures in the world," said Higuma. Rubber boy?" He then threw Luffy to the ground, causing him to bounce along the ground like a rubber ball. RRRRGH. Luffy growled as he spat out a tooth. Damn you. You'll pay for what you said. Even though he can't begin, he's still trying so hard. Even back then, he still had such spirit. Looks like I discovered a new form of life, Higuma joked. I might just sell the kid to a circus and get a ton of cash for him. Despite her eyes being covered, Aika squeaked when she heard the word circus, since Caesar himself had also said such things about her during her captivity on Punk Hazard. Luffy then grabbed a nearby stick and ran at Higuma, attempting to break his kneecaps with it, but the bandit only smirked as he raised his foot. Stubborn little bastard, he shouted as he stamped his foot against Luffy's face and pinned him to the ground. Luffy, Nami cried in horror. What did I ever do to you, huh? Higuma asked. I was only drinking and having a conversation with my men. I didn't do anything to offend you, did I? You liar, Luffy barked. You better apologize. The Straw Hats could see people hiding inside their houses, and yet, they did nothing to stop this senseless violence. How can they just sit in their homes and let this happen? Usopp questioned. Are they really that scared to do anything about it? Sometimes, fear overcomes the need to help, Robin answered. Get your foot off me, you stupid mountain ape, Luffy yelled as he tried to push Higuma's foot off his face. Stop it. Let the poor boy go. At that moment, Makino and Whoop Slap finally arrived on the scene. Please, Whoop Slap pleaded. I don't know what the lad did to you all, and I have no intention of fighting any of you. He then dropped down on his hands and knees. But if it's money you're after, I'll gladly pay you. Just spare the poor boy's life, please. Mayor. Luffy said in surprise. Well, at least someone cares, Nami exclaimed. Nice try, Pops, said Higuma. I can tell you know the ways of the world, but I'm afraid it won't work here. The kid attacked me and called me names, and because of that, I can't forgive him. Unlike those pirates, I don't take shit from anyone, especially a little snot-nosed rubber freak like this Owen. He then stomped on Luffy's skull multiple times. You're the one who started it, Luffy shouted. You damn mountain monkey, take back what you said about Shanks. That does it, Higuma hissed as he drew his saber. Screw selling you. I'll just kill you, instead. No, Luffy, Makino cried. No, spare him, please, shouted Whoop Slap, while the Straw Hats, though futile in their attempt, moved to save the boy. But then, what's going on here? Nobody came to the harbor to greet us. Everyone gasped as Shanks and his crew suddenly appeared. Captain Shanks, Makino exclaimed. Mr. Shanks, Aika cheered. Big brother's saved. Oh, thank God, Usopp added. Oh, Shanks said. It's you bandits again, is it? He then noticed Luffy. Hey, Luffy, I thought you said your punch was as powerful as a pistol. Shut up, Luffy barked, now feeling a little embarrassed about his boasting earlier. HMPH, Higuma scoffed. You pirates are still around? Don't you have some cleaning to do? I don't know what the hell you idiots are doing here, but you better back off now, before you get hurt. Come any closer and we might just kill you cowards. Despite his warnings, Shanks just casually approached anyway, causing one of the bandits to stand next to him with a gun pointed at his head. Didn't you hear him say don't move, asshole? The bandit asked. Oh, no, Aika cried. He's gonna shoot him. Zoro exclaimed. Just watch, Aika. But, Aika stammered. Trust me, Zoro reassured. Okay, Aika replied as she watched Shanks just stand there, stoically, before he grinned. Would you risk your life? He asked. Huh? The bandit muttered. Now that you've drawn your pistol, Shanks began, are you willing to use it? What the hell are you talking about? The bandit asked, more confused than ever. I'm saying guns aren't for threats, Shanks answered, they're for actions. Before anyone could even blink, Lucky Roo suddenly appeared next to the bandit and shot him point blank in the skull, causing him to drop to the ground, dead as a doornail. What the bandits questioned while the Straw Hats also gaped in shock. Where the hell did he come from? Sanji questioned, he wasn't even there a second ago. Even if he is fat, Zoro began, he's not a member of the red-haired pirates for nothing. Amazing. Aika whispered in awe. My observation Haki hardly sensed him. Such speed, Brook added in disbelief. As for the bandits, they were visibly unnerved by what had just happened. "And now you bastards have done it," shouted one of the bandits. "That was a cheap shot," added another. That's when the red-haired pirates glared up at them, like they were on a manhunt, and truth be told, the Straw Hats felt a bit unnerved at the sight. It was a deep contrast to the pirates who got drunk and partied all day. "Cheap shots, huh?" Usopp asked in a tone that sent chills down Usopp's back. "Don't make us laugh." "What do you think we are, saints?" asked Ben in a cold tone. "We're pirates," Shanks answered, "and we don't play by the rules." "Shush, shut up," one bandit shouted, trying to mask his growing fear with anger. "This is none of your damn business. We just want the boy, not you." "Listen up, bandits," Shanks said. "Whether I'm sprayed with alcohol or doused with food, hell, even if I'm spit on, most of the time, I'll just laugh it off and forget about it." He then raised his head, revealing a furious glare in his eyes. "But when you hurt a friend of mine, you'll pay for it, regardless of your reason." "Shanks," Luffy whispered in disbelief. Even after he said about him, the pirate captain still considered him his friend, and it almost made him teary-eyed. "So that's where Luffy got it from," Sanji smiled. "That Shanks is one hell of a guy," said Frankie. Higuma, on the other hand, just laughed. "We're gonna pay, huh?" he asked. "What a waste of time. Men, kill these so-called pirates." Though they showed some hesitance, the bandits charged, drawing their weapons. "Stand back," Ben said as he stepped forward. "Let me handle this." He then took out his cigarette and shoved it in between the eyes of one bandit, causing him to scream at the burning sensation. But then, Ben grabbed his rifle and swung it like a baseball bat, striking them all down. In just 5 seconds flat, he had sent them all to the ground. "Holy crap," Frankie exclaimed. "You see that?" "Like I said," Zoro began, "these are the red-haired pirates." "Good lord," Brook gaped, "they didn't stand a chance." "I wouldn't underestimate us if I were you," said Ben as he put his foot on one of the bandits and pointed his rifle at Higuma. "Next time you want to fight us, bring a battleship." "Huh?" Zoro laughed. "I doubt even a battleship would help." "That was amazing," Aika exclaimed. "What would you expect from one of the 4 emperors?" asked Blizzard with a grin. By now, it looked like Higuma was about to soil himself. It was at that moment he realized just how badly he underestimated Shanks and his crew. "And now wait a minute," he cried. "The brat started it, not me." "Typical," Usopp said. "All bark and no bite. Bandits really are cowards, huh?" "Doesn't matter," Shanks replied. "Which reminds me, didn't you say you had a price on your head?" Higuma gasped before he reached into his coat and pulled out a black ball, which he then threw to the ground, which caused it to explode in a puff of smoke. "Gah!" Shanks cried. "Smoke bomb." The Straw Hats instinctively covered their mouths, even though they knew the smoke wouldn't affect them. Just then, they heard some voices. "Hey, kid! Come here, hey! Put me down, Shanks." It was then that the Straw Hats realized that in the chaos, Higuma had grabbed Luffy and run off with him. The bandit leader rushed to the harbor, jumped onto a dinghy, and began to paddle away with an oar. Soon, the two were out in the middle of the ocean. "Put me down, you damn mountain monkey," Luffy cursed T away. "Ha ha 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 ha," Higuma laughed, triumphantly. "What a brilliant escape. Who would ever expect a mountain bandit to escape to the sea?" He then looked down at Luffy, who glared up at him. "At first, I thought I could use you as a hostage. But I don't need you anymore. I've already killed 56 people who were foolish to cross me, kid. What's one more?" "That bastard," Sanji cursed. "Why you?" Luffy shouted as he tried to punch Higuma, who simply sidestepped out of the way. "Haha," he smirked, before he kicked Luffy into the sea. "See ya, kid." "Ah!" Luffy screamed. "Damn it, I was so close to that jerk and I couldn't even get in one hit," he thought. Splash! The helpless fell into the water, but to everyone's surprise, he was able to stay afloat, despite his devil fruit. "How is he managing to stay above the surface?" Usopp questioned. "I think Luffy's so desperate to live," Zoro began. "He's actually trying his hardest to swim, despite his devil fruit powers." "Glar RGH, Glurb," Luffy cried out, his speech garbled by the water. However, while Higuma was laughing at his victory, something huge appeared behind him. A gigantic moray eel sea king with piercing red eyes. "Oh, my God," Nami cried, as if he could hear her. Higuma's eyes went wide as he looked back, and saw the beast, glowering down at him. What the?" Higuma questioned, as the monster opened its jaws. "No, no." Chomp! In one bite, the Sea King crushed Higuma's boat and swallowed the bandit up in a single gulp. However, it was still hungry. That's when the monster spotted Luffy, who gasped in horror. "Oh, no," Aika cried. "Run, big brother, run, I mean, swim. Whatever, just get away." "He can't hear you," Aika, Kumi cried. "Besides, he won't be able to get away fast enough." Soon, the Sea King began to dart towards Luffy, who screamed as he struggled to escape. But alas, his body could no longer move. "Help!" he cried. "Somebody, please help me." That's when the Sea King opened its humongous jaws once more, and Luffy held out another shriek, while the Straw Hats shielded their eyes, fearing the worst. Then, they heard the sound of the beast's jaws snapping loudly, and as they opened their eyes, they saw blood spraying into the air. "Don't tell me," Brook whispered, "was he?" "No, wait," Usopp exclaimed. "Look, over there." Everyone looked up to see Luffy, who was being held by Shanks. "Mr. Shanks," Aika exclaimed, happily. "Shanks," Luffy cried. The Sea King turned and glared at the two, but then, it seemed to gasp as Shanks glared right back at it. And the very sight made all the color vanish from its face. "Get lost," Shanks hissed, and just like that, the Sea King turned and fled. "Was that Conqueror's Haki?" Blizzard questioned. "Whoa," Chopper whispered in awe. He scared it away, with just one look. "Shanks was amazing," Nami gasped. As soon as the beast was gone, Shanks smiled as he looked down at Luffy, who, for some reason, was in tears. "I'm in your debt, Luffy," Shanks said. "Makino told me about what happened. Thank you for standing up for me and my crew." Luffy only sniffled in response, clutching the man's shirt. "Hey, don't cry," Shanks said. "You're a man, right?" But Shanks, your arm," Luffy cried. "Your ARM." At that moment, the Straw Hats saw the damage that had been done. Shanks' left arm had been torn right off. "My God!" Sanji gasped. Once again, Robin and Blizzard were forced to cover Aika's and Kumi's eyes at the sight. "Luffy, it's just an arm," said Shanks. "I'm just glad you're all right." Despite his attempt to reassure him, Luffy just kept crying while the Straw Hats gaped in complete awe. "Now that is a real man," Frankie said. "You said it," Zoro agreed. It's like he doesn't even bother him," Chopper added. "No wonder he's one of the 4 emperors," Usopp said. "This guy's just plain badass." "And to think," Nami began, "he was once on Gold Roger's crew. Imagine how strong he must have been back then compared to now." "I'm almost afraid to know," Sanji replied. At that, the memory shifted once more, and the Straw Hats found themselves back on dry land. This time, they were at the harbor, where Luffy and Makino were seen, watching Shanks and his men load some cargo onto their ship. "So you're leaving for good this time?" asked Luffy. "Yep," Shanks answered. "We've been here long enough, Luffy. It's time for us to sail with the tide." He then looked at the boy in concern. "You're not sad, are you?" "Well, a little," Luffy admitted, "but I'm not gonna ask you to take me along anymore. I decided I'm gonna be a pirate on my own." "Blah." Shanks stuck his tongue out at Luffy, teasingly. "Yeah, right? I wouldn't bring you along, even if you begged me. There's no way you're cut out to be a pirate." Nami groaned. Of course he'd try and tease him before he left. Why am I not surprised? "Yes, I am," Luffy shouted. "One day, I'm gonna start my own pirate crew, and it'll better than yours. And then I'm gonna find the greatest treasure in the world. I'll become the king of the pirates, just you wait." Upon hearing that, the Straw Hats all blinked slightly in surprise before they smiled. "Oh," Shanks asked, "you think you'll surpass us?" Luffy only stared up at him, but it looked like he was trying to fight back tears. In that case, Shanks started as he took off his hat, and set it upon Luffy's crown. "I'll leave this hat with you. It means more to me than anything in the world, so you better take good care of it, you hear me?" Luffy sniffled as tears fell from his eyes while the Straw Hats gaped. "I want you to bring this hat back to me," Shanks said, "in good condition, and only after you've become a great pirate. That's our promise, Luffy. Okay. Luffy nodded his head. Shanks chuckled before he turned and walked up the gangplank. Raise the anchor, men, he called out. Set the sails. Aye aye, Captain. The red-haired pirates exclaimed as Red Force began to drift off with the tide. All the while, Luffy, Makino, and the Straw Hats watched as they sailed away, and Luffy never left the spot, still holding the precious hat in his arms. So that's how it all began, Zoro mused. That was so cool, Chopper exclaimed with starry eyes. I'll admit, Usopp began. I almost thought Shanks was joking around, but I see that even back then, he wasn't to be taken lightly. Mr. Shanks was amazing, Aika added. Yeah, no wonder Luffy idolized him, Kumi piped up. Plus, he also gets his best traits from him, Blizzard pointed out. Luffy's mom started his dream, Nami started, but it was Shanks who made his ambition stronger and gave it more depth. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook laughed, he truly was an inspiring man. He certainly was, Robin smiled. Hey, I noticed something, Sanji spoke. Where the hell was Ace during all this? The Straw Hats glanced at Sanji in realization. Come to think of it, Brook began, you'd think that Mr. Luffy's older brother would notice if something was wrong, wouldn't you? Actually, Robin spoke, I don't think Luffy even met Ace yet during that time. Hey, you're right, Nami said. If that were the case, wouldn't he be living with Star, instead? Well, if he wasn't there, said Frankie, where was he? As if to answer his question, a new memory appeared before the group. This time, they found themselves in a deep forest, where they could hear all manner of wildlife, some friendly, and some, not so much. This place is scary, Aika said, worriedly. What is this? Ah, let go of me, quiet. I've had just about enough of your foolishness. Oh, no, don't tell me. Nami bemoaned, and sure enough, Garp appeared, holding Luffy by the cheek. I leave you at home for a year, and what do I get? Garp questioned. My grandson, driven to lunacy. I'm not a loon, Luffy shouted. Loons are birds. That's not what I mean, Garp barked. Oh, great, Blizzard muttered. The guy comes back after a year, and already, he's harassing Luffy again. Put me down, Luffy shouted. I keep telling you, Grandpa, I want to be the king of the pirates. Over my dead body, Garp barked. RRRGH, Luffy groaned as he tried to get away. Damn it. Put me down, already. Good grief, Nami said in annoyance. Why can't Garp just let him be? To think, I actually fell for that heartwarming moment back then. Again, Aika said, I'm glad he's not my grandpa. When do you think we should tell her? Usopp asked, softly, only to be shushed by Robin. What? I'm just saying. First I find out you ate a devil fruit, Garp said, and now, I hear you spouting more crap than ever. I'm telling you for the last time, you and Ace are gonna be the strongest marine soldiers, and you're gonna like it. Og. Luffy cried in pain as he slapped Garp's leg in a futile attempt to make him let go of his cheek. Damn it, I'm made of rubber, so why does it hurt so bad? Put me down, Grandpa. Sanji only sighed and shook his head. Did he really have to use his haki? He asked. He's hurting the poor kid. Does it look like he cares? Zoro queried. Rhetorical question. Of course he doesn't. Leaving you in peaceful Windmill Village was a big mistake, said Garp. It was bad enough your mother encouraged you to be a pirate. Now you're actually friends with one, and of all people, red-haired Shanks. Leave Shanks out of this, Luffy argued. He saved my life, what do you know? He's kinda right, Usopp said. Garp was gone for a whole damn year. Perhaps if Garp wasn't so overbearing, Brook began, then maybe would have liked to be a marine. But it's like Star said, Nami said, it didn't matter if Luffy wanted to be a marine or not. Garp just refuses to accept the truth. Yeah, Nami, I'm pretty sure we got that, Zoro said. Enough of this, Garp shouted. That Shanks was a bad influence on you. Luffy growled as he grabbed onto a tree. Don't badmouth Shanks, he said as his arms began to stretch as Garp kept dragging him along behind him. I'm gonna be as strong as him one day, maybe even stronger. Before Garp knew it, Luffy managed to uproot the tree from the ground, causing it to hit the old marine in the back of his head. However, it merely stunned him at best before he shook his head and kept walking. Did he just uproot a tree? Kumi questioned. Well, it was shown that Luffy's strength was pretty monstrous. Chopper pointed out. Even back when he was 4, remember? And Mr. Garp just kept walking, Aika said. He must be really strong. By now, Garp decided to let Luffy go and walk on his own. It wasn't long before they reached a large house in the middle of nowhere with a lookout tower in the back and some halberds on the roof for decoration. There was even a clothesline outside with laundry gently swaying in the breeze. Well, this is a nice-looking house, Aika noted. I wonder who lives here. Wait a minute, Blizzard said. I'm pretty sure Luffy told me about this place. This is. Of course, Garp had to interrupt by loudly banging his fist against the door. Stop that damn banging, a voice shouted from inside, and soon, the door opened, revealing a rather overweight woman with orange hair came outside. All right, who's the wise guy who? She trailed off when she saw Garp, and almost instantly, her face paled. Garp. Hey, Dayton, Garp greeted, casually. What are you doing here? She questioned. On that, 2 other men appeared behind her. One was rather short and wore a turban around his head. The other was a man who had either his hair or a headpiece that was styled like a chicken's comb. All in all, they looked like a strange bunch. Who are they? Asked Aika. A bunch of weirdos, that's what they are, Kumi answered. Wait, I think I figured it out, Nami said. That woman is Dayton. Well, she kinda does look like a man, Aika said. Not Daddy, Aika, Sanji corrected. Dayton. She's the lady who took care of your brothers back when they were kids. Oh, Aika realized. She sure is an ugly lady, though, Usopp murmured, and Zoro nodded his head in agreement. Geez, Dayton grumbled. You just come and go as you please, don't you? It's been years since you've been here last time, and Ace is already 10 years old. Is he, really? Asked Garp. Boy, time sure flies. Ace was barely walking when I last saw him. Seriously? Nami asked. He never bothered to visit Ace, either? What a shame, Robin added. By now, Luffy wasn't even paying attention. He was running around, exploring his surroundings like most little boys would do. The Straw Hats had to admit, they found it rather cute. This is serious, Dayton barked. Ace is becoming wilder every damn day. We almost can't take much more. Wait, did she just call Ace wild? Chopper asked. That doesn't sound like him. Yeah, she's making Ace sound like some kind of monster, Sanji added. The only time I've ever seen Ace act wild is when Luffy gets himself in some kind of trouble, Zoro added. Anyway, Garp began. You can't just change the subject, the short bandit shouted. I need you guys to do me a favor, said Garp as he grabbed Luffy and held him up by the back of his shirt, like holding a puppy by the scruff of his neck. Dayton, this is Luffy. I need you to look after him for a while. Luffy, say hello. Yo, Luffy greeted. What? Dayton questioned. Another brat? Who is this? My grandson, Garp answered, bluntly. What? Dayton questioned. Are you kidding? Your grandson? We have to take in another one? Questioned the man in the turban. She looks like she saw a ghost, Kumi said. Being with Big Brother isn't that bad, is it? Aika asked. Again, should you tell her or should I? Usopp queried. Don't, Sanji replied. Just don't. Not gonna happen, Dayton barked in defiance, only for Garp to glare her and her 2 underlings down. You guys have got a choice to make, he told them in an imposing voice. Either you raise Luffy or you end up behind bars. Which is it? Dayton gulped nervously at this. I managed to turn a blind eye to your crimes, so far, Dayton, Garp said. But you've committed so many, it's almost hard to keep TRA. Wow, Nami muttered. Blackmailing bandits. Why does this seem familiar to me? Zoro asked as he remembered when Luffy recruited him. Oh, boy. Blizzard muttered. As for Luffy, he was just standing idly by, picking his nose. It seemed he got bored with the place pretty quick. Well, the chicken-haired man started as he scratched the back of his head. I really don't want to go to prison, but honestly, sometimes prison sounds better than being here. The turban-wearing bandit exclaimed. Ace is already such a handful. And now you want us to take in your grandson, too? Dayton questioned. Was Ace really that hard to rein in as a kid? Frankie asked. Apparently, judging by the memory, Brooke replied. I bet your own grandson's just as much as a monster as Ace is, isn't he? Dayton asked. Did she have to say it like that? Nami asked, sadly. Yeah, that's not nice, Aika added. She sounds just like those kids in the village. What a crappy mountain hut, Luffy said as he looked up at Dayton's house. You wanna die, you little bastard? Dayton questioned. But Luffy then spotted a butterfly fluttering past before he gleefully laughed and chased after it. See that? He's not even listening. The Straw Hats smiled at Luffy's innocence, despite the situation he was in. It was almost like all that ostracizing and discrimination never happened at all. However, the moment was short-lived when something wet and slimy suddenly flew and hit his cheek, causing him to stop in his tracks. Ah! He cried as he wiped it off. Oh, gross! Someone spit on me. Who did that? It was then that the Straw Hats saw the culprit, and gasped upon seeing the familiar freckled face of a 10-year-old Portgas Ace. But instead of that usual cheery grin, he had this cold glare in his eyes as he held a lead pipe that had what looked like dried blood and dirt in his hand like a staff and sat on the corpse of a dead buffalo. Obviously, the boy had bludgeoned it to death with that pipe. Hey, you! Luffy shouted. Apologize, that's nasty. Oh, my. Robin whispered. Is that Big Brother Ace? Aika asked. He looks so mean. More than mean, Kumi added. He looks like he's out for blood. Geez. Sanji muttered. What the hell happened to him that made him like that? Blizzard only sighed and shook his head. This is what I would have continued to be like if I never met Luffy, he said. Oh, Ace, there you are, Garp exclaimed. You're back already, Ace? Asked the chicken-haired bandit. Ace only scoffed as he sat on his quarry, while Garp approached Luffy from behind. That's your new big brother, Luffy, the Vice Admiral said. Ace is 3 years older than you are. He then smacked Luffy in the back of his head. You two had better get along, got it? Wait, you mean it's already been decided? Dayton questioned, causing Garp to turn and glare at her. Got a problem with it? He asked. And no, sir, Dayton answered. We'd be happy to take care of him. That's what I thought, Garp said. Sheesh, Frankie said. That Garp's one tough SOB. No wonder people are so afraid of him, sometimes, Usopp said. He sure scares me. Chopper squeaked as he hid behind Zoro. Well, my business here is done, Garp said. See y'all later, Luffy. I'll visit you when I get the time, hear me? Luffy didn't answer him, but he just walked off, anyway. However, Garp didn't notice the dismal look on his grandson's face. But the Straw Hats sure did. Why couldn't Garp be a normal grandfather to Luffy? Nami asked. He just dumps him here with a gang of mountain bandits and then leaves like everything's just fine. He wonders why Luffy always gets mad whenever he shows up, Usopp added. Not to mention why he decided to become a pirate in the first place. Poor big brother, Aika said, sadly. Just then, Ace jumped down from the buffalo and headed inside, not even giving Luffy a second glance. But then Luffy seemed to remember what Ace did to him in the first place. Hey you! Luffy called. Apologize to me, HMPH, Ace scoffed. Hey, I said. Luffy started, but then he trailed off as he seemed to remember something. Then, after a moment, he then walked into the house with him. What happened? Asked Sanji. Dunno, Zoro shrugged. He looked like he was thinking about something. Once Luffy was inside, the whole place seemed empty. He hummed as he looked around. I wonder where he went. All of a sudden, Luffy found a knife being held against his throat, causing the Straw Hats to gasp. However, Luffy didn't react at all. He just stared blankly as two men appeared behind him. Who are you, boy? Asked one of them. If you don't want to die, hand over your money, said the other. Seriously? Nami asked. Luffy's only been with these guys for about 3 minutes, and already, someone's mugging him? What was Garp thinking? Robin asked in disbelief. I don't have any money, Luffy spoke. Then call your parents and tell them to bring some, one of the bandits ordered. I can't, Luffy answered. My mom's dead and I don't know who my dad is. I'm not even sure if I have a dad. I only have my grandpa. Oh, yeah? Asked the bandit holding his knife against Luffy's neck. Who's your grandpa, then? Garp, Luffy answered, and immediately, the bandits gasped as all color left their faces. Did you say Garp? Asked one of them. Yeah, he did, answered the turban-wearing bandit. This is his grandson. He's gonna be living with us, now. Are you kidding? asked the other bandit. It's bad enough we got Ace under our roof? Why did the boss agree to take this little monster? Asked the other. Seriously, is the boss that spineless? Quit your bellyaching, Dayton barked as she put down a plate stacked high with meat. Ace brought dinner, so it's time for everyone to eat. As soon as she announced that, the bandits dropped Luffy and began to charge at the plate, ravenously. My word, Brooke said. Such horrid table manners. You're one to talk, Sanji glared. Hey, I want some meat, too. Luffy exclaimed as he tried to get some, as well, but he was soon knocked back by the bandits. Hey, that's not fair, Aika exclaimed. Big brother just wants to eat. Yeah, even I don't eat like that, Blizzard added. And I'm half wolf, for goodness sake. I think I figured out why Luffy always guards his food like a starving animal whenever it's mealtime, Sanji surmised. Yeah, Nami said, now I really feel bad for him. When the bandits dispersed, Luffy found one last slab of meat on the plate and tried to reach for it. Only for it to get snatched up by a white dog with a curly tail. The dog seemed to snicker at the boy mockingly before he walked away. He said, "You snooze, you lose," Chopper translated. I'm pretty sure we figured that out, even if we did have you around, Chopper, Usopp said. All Luffy got to eat was a small bowl of rice and a glass of water, and he quickly ate the rice in just one gulp, but it was barely enough for his stomach. More rice, Pops, he demanded. I'm a woman, you little brat, Dayton shouted. And don't you realize where your Gramps left you? Not really, Luffy answered, bluntly, which caused Dayton to glare at him in a sadistic manner. Well, let me tell you then, said Dayton. You've been left in the hideout of the mountain bandits who rule Mount Kolbo, the Dayton family. Mountain bandits, huh? Luffy muttered before he scowled. I hate those guys. I guess remembers that Higuma guy, Blizzard said. After what happened with him, I don't blame him. Ah, shut up, Dayton barked. It's already a pain in the ass that we have to raise you. If you don't want to stay, then that's fine by me. Why don't you go off into the forest and die? She cannot be serious, Nami muttered. She sounds like she is, Zoro answered. I don't think I like Miss Dayton, said Aika. Me, neither, Kumi agreed. Luffy glanced over at Ace, who was chomping on some meat, and it looked like he got more than anyone else. I'm still hungry's stomach gurgling. I want some of that meat, too. Ace glanced over at Luffy before he went back to eating. Then, Dayton smirked as she held out a piece of meat in front of Luffy's face, which caused him to gasp in delight before he attempted to take a bite. Only for her to pull it away. Huh? He muttered before he looked up at Dayton, who greedily bit down on the meat, causing him to whimper like a kicked puppy. Tell me she did not just do that, Sanji growled. I'm pretty sure she did, said Frankie. This meat came from the buffalo that Ace hunted down and caught, himself, said Dayton. Since he shares it with us, he gets to eat at our table and he gets the biggest share, aside from me, that is. The life of a mountain bandit is harsh, kid. Starting tomorrow, we're gonna work you half to death. Cleaning, washing, shoe polishing, weapon polishing, stealing, plundering, fraud, murder. Is she actually telling Luffy he might have to kill someone? Nami questioned. Robin just shook her head in disbelief. And you better not breathe a word of this to Garp. Hear me? Dayton questioned. You only get one bowl of rice and one glass water a day, that's it. Are you kidding? Chopper questioned. That's not enough for a growing boy. Especially Luffy, he needs lots of calories, since his devil fruit makes him burn so many. Now I really don't think I don't like Miss Dayton, said Aika. If you want more to eat, Dayton began, you'll have to get it on your own, got it? Fine by me, Luffy said, bluntly, taking Dayton by surprise. What? She questioned. How come you're not crying? Grandpa used to leave me in the forest a lot of times, Luffy answered with a confident grin. This place has all kinds of stuff. Earthworms, frogs, snakes, mushrooms, and bird eggs. If I'm gonna be a pirate, one day, then I gotta learn to take care of myself, eventually. Well, at least he thought that far ahead, Sanji said. I guess Luffy learned how to forage when Garp dropped him in the forest so much. Yeah, Nami said, but some of that stuff doesn't sound edible at all. On the contrary, Robin began, worms, frogs, and snakes are considered delicacies. TMI, Robin, said Usopp, too much information. Ew, Aika and Kumi stuck their tongues out in disgust. Just then, Ace had finished eating his food and walked out, which Luffy noticed. "Where's he going?" he asked before he got up and followed after him. "Hey," Dayton called. "Where are you going? And did you say, pirate, get back here?" Luffy didn't answer her, focusing more on Ace than anything else. "Hey," he called after Ace, who glared at him before slamming the door in his face. The boy seemed a bit taken back by the gesture, but then he put on a determined face as he opened the door and continued to follow Ace, who was heading back into the forest. "Hey, wait up," Luffy called, but Ace ignored him. "Come back, hey." This time, Ace growled as he turned and glared at the younger boy. "What the hell do you want?" he questioned. "Leave me alone, damn it." "I'm Luffy," Luffy called. "Listen, I just thought I'd tell you that I'm not mad at you for spitting on me anymore. Let's just forget it and be friends, okay?" As if, Ace muttered. "Now go away, harsh," Usopp said, worriedly. "I'll say," Nami agreed. "Why is he acting like such a jerk? Luffy just wants to be friends." "Hey, what's he doing?" asked Sanji as Ace began to kick on the trunk of a tree, which then toppled over and rolled right toward Luffy. "Oh." Luffy squeaked before he turned and ran. "Aw." Crash. The tree crashed while Ace kept walking away, while the Straw Hats gaped in absolute shock. "That wasn't nice," Aika exclaimed. "Thank goodness Luffy had his powers," Chopper added. "Still, he didn't have to go that far," Kumi cried. "He really tried to kill him, just now." Thankfully, Luffy managed to pull himself out from underneath the tree. He had a few scrapes on him and his head was a little sore, and sure, he was probably a bit unnerved by what happened, but he was otherwise fine. With a grunt, Luffy managed to get to his feet before he took after Ace. "Talk about tenacious," said Frankie. After a while, Luffy found Ace, again, crossing over a rickety wooden bridge that was covered in moss and ivy. When Ace looked back, he had a bit of a surprised look on his face. "What the hell?" he muttered. "How are you alive?" "Ha. Ha." Luffy panted. "HMPH," Ace scoffed as he turned to face Luffy. "Okay. Let's see if you can survive this." Without warning, he charged at Luffy and knocked him off the bridge with his pipe, sending the hapless boy screaming down the ravine. "Okay, now I'm really convinced that he's trying to kill Luffy," Kumi said. "I don't understand it," Aika said, sadly. "When I asked Big Brother about Big Brother Ace, he made him so nice. Why is Big Brother Ace acting so mean here?" "I think something happened to him," Robin surmised. "Something that made him cruel and vindictive. I know because it happened to me before I met Luffy." Zoro looked over at Robin before he took his hand in hers, but she smiled at him, warmly. "It's okay, Zoro," she said. "I'm fine, really, but thanks." "Sure thing," Zoro replied. At that moment, memory shifted, and they saw Luffy limping towards Dayton's house, covered in scratches, bite marks, and bruises, and his clothes were tattered, too. He was panting heavily, and it looked like he was about to pass out any moment. "Holy crap, what happened to him?" Frankie questioned. "Bite marks, scratches, bruises," Blizzard pointed out. "Yep, no doubt about it. He's been mauled by wolves." "How do you know?" Chopper questioned. "Chopper? You're talking to a dog who is half wolf," Blizzard answered. "I just know these things, okay." At that moment, the turban-wearing bandit opened the door and gasped upon seeing Luffy's state. "B-boss. Luffy's back," he cried. "What?" Dayton questioned. "The little bastard's still alive. It's been a whole week." "A week?" The Straw Hats, except Robin, questioned. "You mean nobody even bothered to look for him?" Brook yelled. "Luffy, what happened to you?" asked the chicken-haired bandit. I got mauled by wolves," Luffy answered, "at the bottom of the ravine." "Told you," Blizzard said. "The ravine?" the chicken-haired bandit cried. "What in the world were you doing there?" "Get out of my way, Magra," Dayton shouted as she pushed him aside and grabbed Luffy. "Get your little ass in here, you piece of crap." She then carried Luffy to an upstairs room, where Ace was lying on a futon, already asleep, before she tossed the boy inside. "Go to bed. You start chores tomorrow." Luffy just started snoring on the floor while Dayton slammed the door behind her. She's not even gonna treat his injuries?" Chopper questioned. "They could get infected." Obviously, she doesn't care, Nami said, angrily. The memory shifted to the next day, and Ace was outside, heading into the forest again, and sure enough, Luffy was trying to follow him, only now, his wounds had been patched up. Wait. Last night, he looked like he was about to drop dead, Nami said. How come he has bandages now? He couldn't have performed first aid on himself, could he? Wait a minute, Chopper said. I think someone treated him while he was sleeping. But who? Robin asked. Hey, Ace, Luffy called, causing Ace to groan as he looked back at him. You again? He asked. I told you to leave me alone, go bug someone else? Come on, don't be like that, Luffy replied. Let's be friends, already, what do you say? No, Ace answered. Go away, he then began to walk off. Geez. He grumbled under his breath. I never should have bandaged his wounds for him, last night. Now he'll never leave me alone. I heard that, Aika exclaimed. Big Brother Ace treated Big Brother's injuries. Perhaps some part of him felt responsible, Robin smiled. Yeah, but something tell me things are gonna go bad real quick, Usopp said. Once again, Luffy's more, and sure enough, Usopp was right, for Ace jumped over a lake full of alligators, one of which tried to eat Luffy had he not gotten out of the water. Then, the following days after, Luffy barely escaped from a rock slide that Ace intentionally caused to get the boy away from him. After that, Luffy was seen, lost in the forest again and was about to get eaten by a snake, but thankfully, he managed to get away that time, too, and after that, he had been snatched up by territorial vultures who tried to feed him to their young. Then, Ace threw him into a river where he almost drowned, but thankfully, two of Dayton's lackeys saved him by pumping the water out of his stomach. There was even a time he almost got eaten by a giant tiger, but thankfully, a bear showed up and the two started to fight over who would eat him first, and Luffy used that chance to get away, and if the Straw Hats didn't know any better, they could have sworn that Ace looked momentarily concerned. During that time, Luffy would end up going to bed with new injuries on him, but that seemed to be nothing new to the Straw Hats, since they practically saw him wearing bandages almost every day. Still, the sight of him sitting in a corner, crying in hunger, exhaustion, and pain was enough to break their hearts. Geez, Usopp said as he kept watching. How long has Luffy been following Ace around? I almost wish he'd just give up, already. I estimate that about 3 months had passed during this time, Robin said. Look, Aika exclaimed as she saw Luffy again, groaning as he was using a stick to support himself. Finally, he said, I made it out of here. As Luffy emerged from the forest, he found something that stunned the Straw Hats. A gigantic landfill with mountains upon mountains of rubbish. Luffy gagged as he covered his nose. It stinks, what kind of place is this? I'll tell you what it is, Frankie said. A shipwright's paradise, think of the possibilities. Luffy told me about this place, Blizzard spoke up, it's called the Grey Terminal. The Grey Terminal? Chopper repeated. Oh, so that's what this place is, Robin realized. I thought it sounded familiar. You know about it, Aunt Robin? Asked Aika. I've only read about it in books, Robin answered. The Grey Terminal is a gigantic junkyard city that sits outside Goa. Wait a minute, Nami said. I know what Goa is, it's said to be a pristine country. The city streets are so clean, you could eat off them, and there's no garbage to be seen for miles. Except this place, Zoro said. This must be where everybody throws all their trash. But why on earth would do something like that? Brook asked. PSH, Sanji scoffed. Nobles will do anything to keep their clean reputation. But people are bound to notice this place, eventually, Chopper said. Plus, this place looks like a hotbed full of diseases. Look, Aika exclaimed. Big Brother's on the move, again. The Straw Hats looked to see that Luffy was exploring the mountain of trash. He saw several people inside. Even a family or two. He greeted them kindly, but they only shooed him away. Luffy even stood up on one of the mountains, calling out for Ace, but he had no luck. He even fell through one of the heaps, but he was no worse for wear. Still, the sight that disturbed them most was when he stumbled across a disheveled-looking man who was holding a bag of some kind. And in his hand was a rusty knife that was dripping with blood, and yet Luffy didn't even seem the least bit startled by it. What kind of place is this? Usopp questioned, seriously. Robin, you covered Aika's eyes, right? Asked Nami. Yes, Robin answered, who used to her powers to cover Aika's eyes and even her ears, just for good measure. It's almost hard to believe that Luffy grew up on this island, Sanji said. Compared to that little village, this place really looks like hell on earth. No wonder Luffy got so much stronger, here, said Zoro. In a place like this, you'd have to get stronger. Just then, Luffy gasped as he spotted the familiar red color of Ace's shirt, causing him to run after him until he found himself in the forest, again, standing before a gigantic tree. But when Luffy looked around, he saw no sign of Ace, anywhere, causing him to groan in disappointment, but then… "Whoa!" a voice exclaimed. "You got way more than I did. Where'd you get this stuff?" "I got it from some stupid street thugs," Ace's voice answered. "They were over by the main gates. I think they were from some merchant ship." "Looks like you beat me again, Ace," the mysterious voice said. "Who's that?" asked Nami. "Don't know," Usopp answered. Luffy walked around the tree until he spotted Ace with another boy wearing some sort of blue jacket, a suit, and a top hat with goggles on top. Aika gasped, instantly recognizing the hat. "Big brother Sabo," she exclaimed, happily. "I thought that hat looked familiar," Robin smiled. "Wait, that's Luffy's other brother?" Usopp questioned. "It doesn't matter if we win or lose," said Ace. "It's been 5 whole years since we started saving up money to become pirates. Wasn't easy, though." "I wonder how much a pirate ship is worth?" asked Sabo. "Who knows?" Ace replied. "Could be maybe 10. Maybe 100 million berries. Maybe more. Anyway, hurry up and close it up before somebody sees." "A pirate ship?" Luffy called out, causing the 2 older boys to jump. "You guys want to be pirates?" "Oh, boy," Nami muttered. "Looks like Luffy found him." "Shit," Ace cursed. "What's he doing here?" "Hey, I want to be a pirate, too," Luffy called. "Quick, grab him," Ace shouted. "Right," Sabo nodded, and before too long, he and Ace managed to tie Luffy up to the tree's trunk. "Sheesh." Luffy laughed, completely oblivious. "So this is where you come every day, huh, Ace?" "Shut your mouth," barked Ace. "Is this that Luffy guy you were talking about?" asked Sabo. "Yeah, this is him," Ace said. "Oh, you told him about me?" Luffy asked. "That's nice." "I told him how annoying you are," Ace snapped. "He also told me you can't take a hint," said Sabo. "Oh, really?" Luffy asked before he began to laugh. "Seriously?" Sabo asked, incredulously. "You do know when somebody's dissing you, don't you?" "I told you, he can't take a hint," Ace said. "Yep, that's Luffy," Nami said. "Never could get a clue." "Pretty much," Usopp shrugged. "I'll be honest," Ace said. "I'm surprised you actually managed to follow me all the way here. Even though I took so many different routes no normal person would think to take. But then again, you're not normal." Luffy seemed a bit hurt by that sentence, but he quickly brushed it off and laughed. "So, are you Ace's friend?" he asked Sabo. "How about you my friend, too?" "Shut up, already," Sabo said before he glanced at Luffy. "You see this, Ace? This is why I kept telling you to live in the gray terminal with me. This is your mistake, training on the mountain paths. So what do we do with him?" Ace paused, contemplating the situation before he sighed. "He knows our secret, now," Ace said. "If we tell him, he'll blab to everybody. We don't have a choice, we gotta kill him." "Yeah, looks that way," Sabo answered. A pause. But then Luffy gasped in horror as those words finally processed in his head. "What?" he shrieked. "Quiet," Ace and Sabo cried as they tried to cover his mouth. "I didn't think you guys were gonna kill me," Luffy cried. "Help me, I don't want to die, mommy." "Sabo, hurry up. Kill the kid, already," Ace shouted. "What are you, nuts?" Sabo questioned. "You do it." "No way. I never killed anybody in my life." "Well, neither have I, don't look at me." HMPH, Zoro scoffed. "Figures, neither of them how to kill somebody." "Well, they are only 10 years old," Nami pointed out. "And yet, he tried to kill Luffy several times," Usopp added. "What does that tell you?" "I guess I see your point, now," Nami said. "Help me, somebody," Luffy cried. "Shut up," Ace and Sabo shouted. "Hey, I heard a voice," somebody called. "It'll kid." "Crap," Sabo cursed. "Someone's coming this way. Quick, untie him," Ace urged. We gotta get outta here, or they'll find our treasure. Right. Sabo nodded as he got a knife. Hold still, okay. He then proceeded to cut off the ropes, and afterwards, the three boys quickly hid. Not long after, a group of thugs appeared, one of them being a tall man with long, pale rose hair, and behind him were three other men, all of them looking badly beaten. Who's that? Asked Aika, nervously. He looks pretty scary to me, Kumi said. So it was Ace and Sabo? Asked the man. Those two are notorious around these parts. You're certain it was Ace who beat you guys up and stole the money from you? Why yes, said one of the thugs. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but he caught me off guard. That damned brat, cursed the tall brute. If Captain Bluejam finds out about this, he'll slit our throats. Bluejam, whispered Ace. Ah, crap, I never would have taken the money if I had known those were his goons. And of all people, it's his first mate, Porkami, Sabo whispered. Damn it, Ace, what were you thinking? Don't you know what happens to people who piss him off? When he defeats someone, he scalps them alive. Even Zoro had to gag at that. Okay, there are only some things I can handle, he said, but that is just sick. You're telling me, Usopp exclaimed. Come on, Ace whispered. Let's get the hell out of here. He then glanced over at Luffy, only to see that he was gone. Hey, where'd he go? Ace. Sabo whispered. I found him. Aw, let go of me, Luffy cried as he struggled to get out of Porkami's grasp. Are you kidding me? Sanji questioned. Of course he'd get caught, Nami cried in exasperation. Luffy always gets caught. Oh, no, cried Aika. Ace, help me, Luffy cried, causing Ace and Sabo to duck under the bush. Huh? Porkami muttered. Did you say Ace, kid? You know him? Yeah, he's my friend, Luffy answered, although he tried to kill me just now. Oh, boy, Blizzard muttered. Might as well ask, Porkami said. Today, Ace stole some money from us and ran off with it, so, do you know where he is? A pause, but then Luffy put on his poker face. Nope, not at all, he said as he began to whistle, weakly. God, what a terrible liar is, Sanji muttered. Pretty much, Usopp said. Where's the treasure? Porkami asked. Talk, boy. Never, I'll never tell, Luffy shouted. Not talking, eh? Porkami asked before a sick grin appeared on his face. No matter. I have my methods. He then proceeded to take Luffy away. Hey, what are you doing? Luffy questioned. Put me down, where are you taking me? Ace, Sabo, and the Straw Hats gaped in horror as Porkami continued to carry Luffy off into the forest. What is he gonna do to him? Aika asked. I almost don't wanna know, Nami answered. Too bad we're gonna find out, Zoro added, just as uneasy as everyone else.